Nearing the end of the third Shinobi War Minato, in a platoon of Hidden Leaf shinobi stumbled upon a ruined village with dead civilians and other shinobi from various villages scattered all over the place. Search this place for any signs of survivors. There has to be something. One of the shinobi yelled before the lot scattered, all looking in different areas. Minato began searching through a house before he stopped when he heard noises emitting from under the floor. He began tapping the floor with his foot until he heard a hollow shunt and quickly opened it to find two kids of different ages hiding in the shadows. "It's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. You two can come out." The kids calmed down after hearing the honesty in his voice and walked out of the shadows. To Minato's surprise, the first thing he saw was their hair. The older ones could almost exactly match Kushina's before he brought a hood over it, while the younger one's color was more of a deep blood red. "Thank you." There were people everywhere fighting each other. Our mother disappeared with our baby sister, so we had down here, the older boy said while lifting his sister out of the hole before getting himself out as well. As they stood up, the girl saw what happened outside and quickly buried her head into her brother's shirt, which was stained with blood. The boy looked out soon after, but instead of turning away, he just stared blankly at the scene. "You shouldn't worry about that. We were here to rescue any survivors and take them back to our village. Where are my manners? I am Minato Namikaze." Minato politely said before standing up again. "We're glad you found us, Minato. I'm Gakuro Uzumaki. This is my younger sister, Aishana." Upon hearing that name, Minato was almost dumbfounded. By this time, some of the platoon had entered the house. The Hyuga in the group instantly stepped back with his Byakugan gazing widely at them. "What's the matter?" Minato asked as he saw the Hyuga's reaction. They're both emitting an extremely powerful chakra, while the girl's is near hidden the boys is easy to sense. After saying that, one of the other shinobi walked up and removed the hood, even with Gakuro struggling to keep it on. Once it was removed, what everyone saw almost scared them. Gakuro's eyes were distinctly purple with 4 ripples in them. "Impossible. I thought the Rinnegan was only an ultimate visual prowess attainable by the Uchiha, so how does a child of the Uzumaki clan have it?" Minato said while visibly surprised. The name raised suspicion from some of the other shinobi. "Wait, these two are part of the Uzumaki clan." Minato merely nodded at the comment, while not taking his eyes off Gakuro of Aishana, for that matter. "You said they both have the same powerful chakra. Does that mean Aishana here has the potential to unlock the Rinnegan as well?" Minato asked the Hyuga. "It would appear so, but it's strange to think they already have what's nearly impossible for the Uchiha to achieve." All the other shinobi started discussing the risks of taking them back to Konoha. "We will need to let Lord Third and the elders know about this, but no one else in the village must know of their power, understood?" Minato said back, getting everyone's attention. "Yes, sir." The rest of the platoon said in sync. While they got prepared, Gakuro decided to quickly pull his hood back over and hoist his evidently smaller sister on his back. Their journey back to the village took them all roughly over a day, so by the time they made it to the village gate, Gakuro was exhausted while Aishana was asleep on his back. "Minato, we should report to the Hokage Tower as soon as possible," one of the other shinobi said as the others started breaking ranks. Minato just looked over to the Uzumaki kids. I may be a little tired, but I can manage for now. Is there any place for Aishana to be placed because she doesn't look like she's waking up anytime soon, but that's normal for a 3-year-old. To prove his point, Gakuro slightly bounced her up, but got no response. Kushina could look after her. She's my wife and is part of the Uzumaki clan. Minato started walking in what looked to be the direction of his home. Deciding to take his word, Gakuro followed and quickly caught up with him just before they reached the house. As Minato opened the front door, he looked around for a bit. Kushina, I'm back. Are you here? They didn't have to wait long to get a response as a red head ran down the stairs. Minato, you're all right. So what happened and who are these two? Kushina looked down at the kids. You're Kushina Uzumaki. Minato told us about you, but as you can see, my sister didn't hear a word of it. Gakuro spoke as he recognized the hair color. Oh, he did. And why would you do that, Minato? Kushina was starting to stare Minato down by this point. It's because we're orphans of war. Our mother ran off with our baby sister, leaving us behind. Minato said we could live here for a while. Minato was about to say something, but decided not to. Is that so? Now what's your name? Kushina asked again, this time hoping for an answer. Salvi, my name's Gakuro Uzumaki. I'm 11 years old. This is my younger sister, Aishana Uzumaki. She's only 4 years old. Kushina took a couple of steps back after hearing they were Uzumakis. A smile soon crept onto her face, and she dashed over, grabbing Gakuro into an overwhelming hug and waking Aishana up in the process. If that's so, then you can live here not as refugees, but as our adopted children. I think that would be a great idea, Minato, you know. Kushina was practically jumping with excitement. Now could you please take off that hood so I can see what you look like? I'm sorry, but Minato and the other ninja that brought us back told me to keep this on because of some special power I have. I think the man with the white eyes called it the Rinnegan. Kushina again jumped back and Minato's sweat dropped. So much for keeping it secret, Gakuro. In that case, you might as well show Kushina. After Minato finished speaking, Gakuro removed his hood and revealed his rippled purple eyes. Lord Third and the elders haven't seen this yet. Lastly, Aishana has the potential to also develop the Rinnegan, just in case you were wondering. Now we really need to head to the Hokage Tower. Minato took off with Gakuro close behind him, leaving Kushina with Aishana, who was starting to doze off again. When Minato and Gakuro arrived at the Hokage's office, they were greeted by an aged man wearing the cloak and head where looked at the two. Lord Third, I'm sorry to intrude, but there is something you and the elders need to see. Minato began to explain while being as calm as possible. Does this have anything to do with the mission report? And who is that boy you brought with you? Hiruzen asked as he looked over Minato's shoulder and noticed Gakuro. He's one of the survivors we found on our mission. He's also what I need you and the elders to see. Actually, it's what he possesses. Minato spoke before motioning Gakuro over, only to look back and see Gakuro had covered his eyes. Gakuro, you can come over here. Gakuro started walking over to the desk and stopped perfectly in front of it with bumping into the ledge. You're the third Hokage. It's an honor to meet someone of the Kage title firsthand. I'm Gakuro Uzumaki. My younger sister is at Minato's house where I think she'd be asleep again. Hiruzen's eyes slightly widened at Gakuro's announcement of being an Uzumaki. Very well, Minato. I shall gather the elders right away. Quickly after saying that, the messengers standing at his side bolted out, one heading for the elders' council chamber and the other heading to the Foundation's headquarters. Within the hour, the elders had entered the Hokage office and awaited an explanation. "Okay, Gakuro, you can open your eyes now." Doing as he was instructed, Gakuro revealed the Rinnegan to the Elder Council, shocking all of them. Hiruzen, of course, was the first to speak. "This is of great importance. It's always been speculated that only an Uchiha can achieve the Rinnegan over time, but this is a young Uzumaki with the exact eyes. The Uchiha must never know of this." The rest of the elders were quick to agree with Hiruzen's decision, while Danzo was extremely interested in the Rinnegan. With this being said, I still think he should learn to be a shinobi of the leaf, as it would give him a place to belong in the village. Danzo said, catching everyone's attention. "Danzo, it's not your choice to say what this boy should do." Hiruzen countered when Gakuro made himself known again. "Actually, I'd like it very much to know how to learn the ways of a shinobi, so I can use my eyes to protect my new home. However, I've already learned how to cast some effective jutsu, and already made a unique fire-style jutsu," Gakuro swiftly said, while looking at the elders closely for anything suspicious. "If that's the case, then you'll be enrolled in the Ninja Academy as a genin, but it would be wise to keep those eyes covered. No one here's ever seen them before." After finishing, Hiruzen handed Gakuro his headband, which he then tied around his head before grabbing a red cloth from his pocket and tying it round his eyes, covering them perfectly. "People are going to think I look weird like this." Before we leave, some of the other shinobi spoke about my sister having potential toward unlocking the Rinnegan too. Gakuro soon left, leaving the council elder dumbfounded at the thought of two Rinnegan bearers in the same village. The next day, as Aishana pranced happily the children's new home, it still took some getting used to for her to call Kushina and Minato mother and father. Gakuro, on the other hand, had no such problem. "This is going to be your first day at the academy, so try to stay calm and get to know people," Kushina calmly said to Gakuro. I know. I'll remain focused and try to get along with others. If I stand around any longer, I'm going to be late. Got to go by." Gakuro took off at near blinding speed toward the academy. Once there, he made sure the cloth of his eyes was still tightly done up before walking through the front gates, and noticing kids of various ages having a good time socializing and playing, he made his way over to a small group. "Hi there, what are you lot up to?" Gakuro was as polite as he could be. "What's it to you, blind freak? How is someone like you even in the academy, huh?" One of the boys looked over toward Gakuro with a disgusted expression on his face. "I'd rather not talk about that." Gakuro turned and left without a second thought given. It didn't take long for his appearance to pique someone's interest as he was confronted. "Hey, I never seen you here before. Are you new? If so, then why do you already have a headband? And why are you covering your eyes? Are you blind?" The person's voice evidently meant they were female, but Gakuro wasn't sure how to handle being bombarded with questions so quickly. "I'm sorry, could we track back a few paces? What's your name?" Gakuro asked while being as polite as he could. "Hey, I was the one asking the questions, but if you want to know, I'm Anko Mitarashi." "Now what's yours?" The girl named Anko asked as quickly as she could. "I'm Gakuro Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you." "Well, I never thought I'd meet a true Uzumaki around my age. Orochimaru Sensei, told me about how the Uzumaki clan have rare and unique abilities. So what's yours? Anko said while not taking her eyes off Kakuro for even a second. I wish I could tell you, but the village elders and the Hokage want me to keep it a secret from everyone else, especially the Uchiha clan. Gakuro faced away as if to mean he's sorry. Would your special ability have something to do with why you've covered your eyes? Anko's curiosity was beginning to get the better of her as a glint appeared in her eyes. Look, I can't show you. That's how secret it is. This didn't seem to dissuade Anko in the slightest, for as he turned to leave, she pounced on him, determined to see what's under the cloth. After some struggling, she managed to pull the band up for a split second before it was yanked back down. In that second, she managed to catch a glimpse at one of his eyes, seeing the purple rippled ball quickly made her recoil in surprise. So that's your little secret. I've never seen eyes like that before. Anko continued to look at Gakuro before standing up. Just please don't tell anyone. I don't need everyone knowing, otherwise people will think I'm a freak. Gakuro faced downward to motion, a sign of disappointment. Don't worry, that secret stays between us. No one else will ever know. Ulk. Anko extended her left hand and brought the other up so she wouldn't pull a fast one. Gakuro, after a bit of hesitation, accepted. As the day went by almost ordinarily at the academy, things were a little different at the Namikaze residence. While Kushina always wanted children, she wasn't prepared for how quick and energetic Aishana was when she was awake, as proven when Kushina managed to catch Aishana at one point only for her to easily slip out of her grasp and zip back up the stairs. A knock at the door broke her out of that task, and she went to answer it. The door opened to show Minato with a surprising look on his face. Minato, what's the matter? Kushina looked closely at him. I had a meeting with Lord Third. He wants me to be the 4 Hokage. Minato explained. Kushina kind of jumped the gun when he mentioned Hiruzen, so she didn't immediately register him, saying he was to be the next Hokage. Lord Third, I'll give him a piece of my weight, what? You're going to be the next Hokage. That's great. Kushina jumped after saying that. I didn't know how you were going to react when I told you, so I was a bit worried. Minato looked behind Kushina and saw Aishana standing behind her with a confused look. Well, as for us, we've been handling very interestingly. Aishana managed to sneak off a couple of times to see what Gakuro was doing at the academy. Kushina looked back at Aishana while the young girl turned her head away from them. I only wanted to see Big Brother, and I may have wanted to get an edge on the others when I start. Is that so bad? Aishana turned back to face the couple with an upset expression. Oh, well, guess her curiosity is as great as yours, Kushina. Minato's response was met with a fierce glare, which quickly softened. I guess so, but as I found her hanging on the fence to see, I saw Gakuro already making a friend out of the most unlikely person. Anko Mitarashi. Minato was evidently surprised that he could befriend a student under one of the Sanins, let alone the Snake Sanin. The year is already shaping up to be something very different from what anyone could predict. Blood Metal Chapter 2. A Family in Ruins. I may be re-uploading an old story I was working on, but this time it's with a new way toward it. But without further ado, let's begin. As the months flew by, the Chunin exams followed quickly, During the finals, Gakuro passed with the best scores, but in his last fight, his opponent managed to grab on to the now worn cloth covering his eyes, showing every participant and spectator his Rinnegan. There were a lot of mixed emotions about this, but the most negative responses were coming from the Uchiha spectators. Most of Gakuro's fellow classmates became a little uneasy over the fact that he possessed one of the most powerful visual prowesses in existence. In the shadows of the stadium, a pale-skinned person looked at the boy with interest evident in his eyes. After realizing everyone had seen his eyes, Gakuro didn't bother putting the cloth back on. Instead, he just left it lying on the floor as he began to casually walk out of the arena, closely followed by Anko, a few other friends in his team. "What are you going to do now?" Anko, already knowing his secret, asked first. "My Rinnegan is no longer a secret, and most people see the Rinnegan as a prowess of terrifying power, but as it is what it is, I'm going to stay here." "Did you actually think I was going to run away?" Gakuro answered before looking back at the rest of his friends. "We had been given word about someone possessing incredible power, but we never suspected you to be that person. Gakuro, you are officially awesome," one of his teammates said, while the rest of his friends were holding random conversations about their friend being one of the most powerful people in the village. With those eyes, you could single-handedly take on all three legendary Sannin with breaking a sweat, one of his other friends said, while gaining everyone's attention. "Now, that would be a sight to behold," Anko answered. "I'm not sure I'd be capable of that just yet. I still have trouble controlling the massive chakra these eyes contain," Gakuro responded. "Either way, I'd say this is a revelation to celebrate over. Why don't we head to the barbecue restaurant after the Chunin exams?" One of his latest friends said before they returned to the stadium to watch the rest of the matches. 2 weeks after the Chunin exams, the war officially came to an end, and the great nations were again left to lick their wounds. During this time, Aishana had turned 5 and began studying in the academy, while at the same time befriending a few people. The next few shocks were for one, Kushina announcing she was pregnant, which instantly got Aishana jumping for joy, as she would no longer be the youngest of the family. However, Gakuro's response was not what they expected, as he still wished he could have had their baby sister Karen with him as well. However, he decided to forget about those thoughts and put on a happy expression before shocking the rest by telling them about how his friendship with Anko was deepening into something more. 1.5 months before Kushina was due, the household had a surprise visitor. "Master Jiraiya, it's a while. How are you?" Minato asked while Kushina was in the kitchen. "I've been great. Hey, there's something I want to show you. It's a book I just published, and I want you to be the first to read it." Jiraiya handed his student a book titled Tales of a Gutsy Shinobi. After they sat down and Minato began to read and review the novel, they were interrupted by Aishana yelling in an annoyed tone. "I don't remember you having any kids," Jiraiya said as he looked behind him for the source of the voice. "I guess I forgot to tell you. We adopted a couple of war orphans a few weeks before the war came to an end. They can be troublesome from time to time, but that's what kids do." Minato finished before Aishana came rushing down the stairs and confronted the two. Jiraiya was quite surprised to see the little girl. "Dad, Gakuro keeps cheating at our games. He always beats me with his Rinnegan. It's not fair." Jiraiya's surprise only increased upon hearing one of them had the Rinnegan. "Aishana, it's not like I have a choice. My eyes don't deactivate like the Byakugan or Sharingan." Besides, given time, you'll be on even ground with me. Both of them stopped when they noticed Jiraiya, though Gakuro was quick to realize the toad, Sage, staring at his eyes in disbelief. Why does everyone have to stare? It's not like they're a secret anymore. No, it's just I didn't expect there to be more than one Rinnegan bearer. I thought it was a rare visual prowess. Jiraiya exclaimed in a confused manner and started telling the young Uzumakis about a boy and his friends that he helped train. All the while, Minato was skimming through the book and noticing how much each chapter resembled one of Jiraiya's adventures. Aishana took notice of this and sat in the chair next to Minato. Master Jiraiya, this book is very well made, each chapter speaking about the characters' adventures and how they are depicted. It's almost autobiographical, and the character's name, Naruto. What do you think about that being our son's name, Kushina? Minato finally asked before turning to face the kitchen. Seriously, I only came up with the name while eating ramen one time. Are you sure you would call your child that? Jiraiya looked over to see a very pregnant Kushina walk out of the kitchen, stroking her belly. Naruto, I like that name. Kushina then walked over to stand beside Minato. Kushina. Wait, would that mean I would be his godfather? Jiraiya looked at the full family. Kushina's due date. As Kushina was escorted to her destination, she stopped when she ran into Mikoto along with Itachi and her newborn. Mikoto, it looks like you had a healthy child. So what was it? Kushina looked to the young infant in her friend's arms. It was a baby boy, his name's Sasuke. Mikoto answered before the young boy wriggled a little. I know it may be a little unfair, but I'm due soon. Minato's going to be with me, and Gakuro's going to be training late. I was wondering if you could take Aishana here back to your place until either we or Gakuro come back. When Kushina finished speaking, Aishana popped her head out from behind her. Aishana's eyes instantly made contact with Itachi, who didn't bother to return the acknowledgement. I guess it wouldn't hurt, but when the time comes, I hope you can return the favor. Mikoto said innocently before offering her free hand to Aishana. She was quick to be accepted as the young girl took her hand. Kushina, we have to go now. We've wasted enough time. A woman next to her said before Kushina waved goodbye to Aishana and walked away. That night, Aishana was walking around the Uchiha's compound. While noticing how large it was, she then noticed Itachi sitting on the front porch looking out to the village while holding his baby brother. Aishana then decided to take a seat next to him. Your little brother seems quite cute. Do you ever wonder what he may be like in the future? Aishana's question was at first ignored, but eventually Itachi answered. What he becomes in the future is up to him. Itachi then noticed Sasuke grab a few loose strands of Aishana's hair as she was looking at the little one. After a few minutes of teasing Sasuke and trying to get her hair back, Aishana eventually stood up and was about to leave when a deathly cold feeling froze her in place, as well as get Itachi and Sasuke's attention. I don't like that feeling. Aishana managed to break herself out of the feeling and quickly faced the direction of said coldness before coming to a terrible realization. Mom and Dad are in the same place as the cold feeling. With that said, Aishana took off faster than Itachi could tell her to stop, but not 3 seconds later did a terrible roar stop the three in their tracks. They looked over to see a giant fox with 9 tails going on a rampage. Before one of its tails could cause any damage to the compound entrance, for red-hot chains wrapping themselves around the tail diverted its course. Looking back to the source, Aishana saw Gakuro with 24 red lines protruding from his left arm. Big brother, what's happening? I wouldn't know. Now get out of here. I need to find mom and dad before this thing does any more damage. Gakuro managed to pull the tail away before following back to the fox's body, where he found their parents and a masked man. I see you live up to your name as the Yellow Flash, but you cannot hope to save everyone. The masked figure continued to battle Minato before seeing just how out of control the Nine Tails was. The masked man started to absorb himself. I've done all I need to. With that, the man disappeared, leaving Minato and a grave-looking Kushina to deal with the Nine Tails. One of the fox's claws were about to swipe Kushina and a baby Naruto, only to be halted by 8 red chains wrapped around and slowly burning its arm. Mom, move now. There's only so long I can hold this thing here. Gakuro yelled as the Nine Tails forced its smoldering arm closer, only for Gakuro to wrap more chains around the arm. Minato picked up Kushina and Naruto before flashing to a safer location and putting up a barrier to stop the fox from leaving. I realize what needs to be done. We need to seal this thing away, Minato said as he started making signs for the Reaper death seal. While Kushina was using the chakra, she could summon an altar before placing Naruto on it. The Nine Tails took notice of this and started its approach to them. No, you don't, you oversized fox. Metal style, living molten chain swarm. Gakuro stretched his left arm out to full extent and scrunched his face as 48 red-hot chain shot out of said arm and wrapped themselves tightly in various places around the Nine Tails. This time, however, the fox ignored the burning sensation and continued to move toward Minato and Kushina. This in turn caused the chains to be strained past the limit before one by one they ripped out of Gakuro's arm, creating a near unbearable pain as Gakuro was eventually thrown to the group. Gakuro, are you all right? Kushina asked in a weakened voice. It's nothing. I know what your plan is. Keep the preparations going. I'll try to get its attention. Gakuro looked back to see fear radiating from Kushina's as she was looking at his arm. You can't, not in the condition you are. Let me pin him down. Kushina was prepared to use her chakra chains only for Gakuro to shakily raise his left arm. No, you need all your energy for the altar. Besides, I've still got one good arm. Gakuro raced around then behind the Nine Tails and stretched his right arm straight out. Metal style, living molten chain swarm. Once again, 48 red chains flew out of his arm, and this time proceeded to wrap around the Nine Tails in an orderly fashion. 6 around the torso and 3 chains around every appendage. However, the fox was only growing annoyed at these chains and began to yank at them to get free. Mom, Dad, you better be finished. I don't know how much longer I can hold this thing in place. As if on cue, 3 of the chains were forcefully ripped out of his arm, taking pieces of flesh with it, and causing Gakuro to let out a deafening yell as he then forced his other arm up to grapple the injured area. The fox, desperate to stop the ritual, grabbed onto the chains wrapped on its left arm before whipping them, causing the ends of those chains to fling out of Gakuro's arm. While this scene was unfolding, a younger redhead was watching on from the barrier walls along with the last Hokage and multiple other shinobi, all of whom seemed surprised by the interesting style of ninjutsu Gakuro was using. Even Orochimaru was watching in the shadows, while Anko was also at the barrier, staring in awe. You two better be finished. Gakuro released another bellow of pain as the fox ripped off the chains slung around its neck. It's done. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Kushina asked while her breathing started becoming heavier, meaning she was running out of time. It's to protect the village. We need to proceed, Minato said before summoning the Reaper Death Seal, which began to latch onto the nine tails. Realizing this, the fox used a burst of energy to pounce forward, ripping all the remaining chains from himself and Gakuro in the process, and throwing the boy across the plains before he came to a dead stop into a tree. As he slowly passed out, he saw the nine tails impale one of his claws into both Minato and Kushina. On the other side of the barrier, people stopped frozen when they saw Minato and Kushina die at the hands of the fox. When the barrier fell, everyone by it rushed toward their fallen Hokage and Kushina. Anko took off in a different direction to carry Gakuro to safety. Dad, Mommy. Aishana looked over at her now dead parents with tears flowing from her eyes before she shut them and started trembling. Gakuro started awake wondering what happened, only to sense an unbelievably strong chakra begin to appear from thin air. Soon even Anko hitched in place while feeling a terrifying sensation. So you can feel that as well. Yeah, where's it coming from? Anko asked while Gakuro was looking around for the source before his eyes landed on something he never thought would happen anytime soon. Lord Hiruzen, everyone, get away from Aishana quickly, Gakuro yelled. Hiruzen and everyone with him were nearly frozen by the terrifying burning chakra until he heard Gakuro yell out that sentence. He started turning to face Aishana, only to see an extreme amount of chakra swamp her. Her hair raised up to ends while her eyes were still shut, and she was now trembling furiously. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and let out a sky-piercing shriek before an unknown force pushed everyone away from her with incredible power. Before Hiruzen was forced off his feet, he noticed Aishana's eyes had matched the pattern of the Rinnegan, except for fact they were a deep red color. While they were being pushed back, burning orange chains started emerging from her body and acted as a shield to her. After a few minutes, the madness finally settled down, and Aishana curled into a ball while still trembling. With Anko's help, Gakuro made his way over to his sister so he could try and comfort her, only for himself and everyone around to reel back a few steps when she opened her eyes, showing them a red Rinnegan. Aishana also held their new baby brother with some of the chain that encircled her. We'll recover from this, sis. Trust me. Gakuro attempted to put a hand on her shoulder, but because of the condition his arms were in, they would not move. Still, he could walk again and signaled Aishana to follow him back to their home. Chapter end. Chapter start. 3 years passed since the incident with the Nine Tails, and some interesting things had taken place during that time. A year ago, Orochimaru had been discovered performing experiments as fellow shinobi and quickly made a break for it. Eventually, he escaped past the borders where shinobi lost track of him. The villagers did not take lightly to this act of treachery and were quick to turn on his apprentice Anko with some of her fellow teammates trying to kill her. It was at one point three Chunin were about to get that privilege before they were mysteriously disarmed and bound. The three came round when they were starting to get cinched. As they looked down, they saw they were each tied by a red chain with the end looking like a large harpoon head hissing at them. They soon looked up to notice red hair and purple rippled eyes staring back at them. You didn't have to save me. I could have done just fine on my own. Anko hissed at Gakuro while a snake slithered around her shoulders. Indeed, but you should understand how little trust the village has for you at the moment. So I think it's best if you stick with someone you know will look after you. Gakuro answered before turning back to face the three would-be killers. And you three, you used to be our friends. Why turn against one of our own with no hesitation? The three narrowed their eyes at their friend. She Orochimaru's pet, a snake whore. She would have known about what he was doing, but refused to say anything about it. A bitch like her deserves to die, and so do those wretched, slithery friends of hers. Their first response from Gakuro was the chains tightening their grip on the three before he opened his mouth. I should have you know that these chains are a living mimicry of her shadow snakes. One of the chains looked the foul-mouthed shinobi in the eyes before opening its mouth, revealing a split bottom jaw and 4 yellow metal fangs. 2 on the top and 1 on each side of the bottom. It began to hiss, and in doing so an orange glow was appearing from the bottom of its throat. All right, we'll leave her alone, but this isn't over. Soon you'll be against the How village. With much protest, the chain snakes released their grip on the three, and they took off running. Then I guess those are odds I'll just have to take. One of the chain snakes went around Gakuro and made contact with the python that was now hanging down Anko's arm. So you know why they hate me now. So why are you taking my side? Again, Gakuro's response was physical as a hand was outstretched to Anko. You're my first and closest friend? Do you really think I would be someone to turn on you? Come on, we're heading to my place. No doubt Naruto's probably destroyed his room again. The python started making its way around Gakuro's shoulder, while the remaining chain snake did the same thing with Anko. For a 2-year-old kid, he's quite energetic, don't you think? Anko's comment only brought Gakuro's mood down, as he knew who gave Naruto that nature. Let's just hope when he's older that he doesn't get in any sort of trouble. The pair made it the Uzumaki residence in time to hear a crashing sound. When the Y got inside, they noticed Naruto try and climb up one of the shelves in the lounge. Naruto, will you stop? Those are very expensive and just happen to be Mom's. Gakuro grabbed his mischievous little brother and took him back to his room. Elsewhere, Aishana finally started studying at the academy, but because of her incident in unlocking the majestic Rinnegan, she had to wear a blindfold too. Like Gakuro, she was able to see clearly, but unlike her brother, she had access to abilities beyond him. She also had Gakuro's metal style, Kekiai, Toda. However, she did try on thing out, and that was making a summon out of living metal, which eventually turned into an armored king cobra. When she summoned it at home, one day, Gakuro nearly jumped at the sight of the metal snake wrapped around her torso. She soon explained that she too was infatuated with snakes, so she made the cobra she named Kishioma as her living metal summon. Even with her supposed handicap, she was acing every test she was given. However, she wasn't the only one. A certain Uchiha was also on the same grounds as her, and with his name and given abilities, it wasn't long before every girl in the class swarmed around him on a daily basis. Aishana would be lying to herself if she said she didn't like him, but she wasn't as openly obsessed with Itachi as the rest of the girls in her class. Most of her class would have her on from time to time because of her red hair and blindfold, and she would always ignore it, as she knew it was mainly out of jealousy. What she didn't expect was that because she was an older sibling to Naruto who had the nine tails sealed inside him, even some of the teachers saw her as another monster because a few of them knew she was just like Gakuro. That disposition toward her became evident when she was 9 years old. They had chosen to be a bit extreme during their ninjutsu exams when it was her turn. Sir, why have I got four people on me? This hardly seems fair. Aishana was staring at her four fellow classmates who all looked ready to kill her. Just shut up and prepare yourself, Red. Or are you just scared to face us? One of her opponents said as she had her hands ready to weave signs. Suddenly, Aishana remembered what happened during her breakdown after Minato and Kushina's deaths. But instead of being fearful, she switched sides and began to take an attribute that Kushina told her she had when she was younger. No, I just thought I would be best to go against me one at a time, so the last one could have a chance at defeating me. But it seems that you want this to be a quick match. Okay. Aishana purposely removed her blindfold and opened her eyes, letting the entire class see the majestic Rinnegan. This managed to gain Itachi's interest as the color almost perfectly matched his Sharingan. Her opponents, on the other hand, were terrified. They had heard about the abilities of the Rinnegan, but never expected to face different type entirely. One of them soon shook off the fear as she thought it was a fake and began dashing toward Aishana. Real or not, if I defeat someone like you, then Itachi will surely fall for me. Water style, surging wave, jutsu. A huge spiral of water came from her mouth and began rushing toward Aishana. Then prepare for a huge disappointment. Pratapath. Aishana held out her right arm, and as the water spiral was about to make contact with her, the jutsu started to vanish in front of her arm. What but how? The girl looked absolutely dumbfounded by the turn of events. The same way I can do this. Bansho Tenin, with the same arm raised, the girl was suddenly being pulled toward Aishana by an unknown force. As soon as she made contact with Aishana's hand, she was quickly slammed into the ground. So you were just like your brother, although I'll admit you were a lot more bold than he was. A Jonin shinobi said while watching the match unfold. So what if you can stop ninjutsu and pull people to you? Earth-style mud wall. The second kid shouted before creating a huge mound of mud between Aishana and the other three. You should know by now, if I'm anything like my brother, then I would know the same type of jutsu he does. Metal style, molten living chain group. From Aishana's outstretched arm, 6 orange hot chains sprung out and began racing to their targets. Aishana, that's enough. The Jonin shinobi yelled, causing Aishana to call her chains back, while one of them hissed at the girl on the ground. With the match called to a stop, Aishana retied the blindfold around her eyes before walking away, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Before she could make her way home, Itachi called her name out. Itachi, what's the matter? Aishana asked. I was wondering if you could follow me. My father is still not very comfortable with your brother having similar eyes, but he needs to see this. Itachi explained. I guess it wouldn't hurt, as long as your father doesn't get angry at this revelation. Promise me that. Aishana removed the blindfold and stared directly into Itachi's eyes. I promise. Now, can we get going? Itachi began to leave with Aishana following closely. Once they arrived, Mikoto and a 4-year-old Sasuke greeted them. You're looking more and more like Kushina, I'm amazed at the resemblance, Aishana. Mikoto said, while smiling happily at the child. Thank you, Mrs. Uchiha. Aishana responded. Please, there's no need to be so formal. Call me Mikoto. Mikoto said before Sasuke decided to peek out from behind her, where he soon recognized the same dark red hair of Aishana's. He quickly rushed to her before softly grabbing her hair, remembering the same silky feeling. Hey Sasuke, it's me. I know it's been a while, but I don't understand your fascination with my hair. Aishana tried her best to gently get it back. It's first thing he found to recognize you by. So what's brought you here? Mikoto asked before Itachi returned with Fugaka behind him. There's something Itachi thought you needed to know about me. I'm a little different to when you remembered me. Aishana said while Sasuke finally let go of her hair and made his way over to Itachi. So what is it? Fugako asked, starting to get impatient. These. Aishana again removed the blindfold over her eyes and opened them to show her majestic Rinnegan to the other Uchiha. While Makoto and the young Sasuke were both surprised by this outcome, Fugako evidently was not. I figure it wouldn't be long before you turn out just like your brother, but I never expected them to be that color. Fugako stated while his Sharingan came to fruition as he continued to stare at the red head in front of him. So you're not angry that I have these eyes? Aishana looked back to Itachi before returning her gaze to Fugaku. Don't get me wrong. It annoys me you have attained a visual prowess that only an Uchiha has the possibility to unlock. However, I am at the moment confused as to why yours are the same color as the Sharingan. I guess it's just a difference in genetic color. That wouldn't really mean anything, would it? Aishana was beginning to sense slight hostility radiating from Fugaku as he narrowed his eyes. Let's hope it stays that way. Fugaku then turned and left without noticing the glare Aishana was sending him. I guess if that's all, then I'll be on my way. Thank you for inviting me around Itachi, even if it was brief, and it was nice meeting you again, Mikoto, and you too, Sasuke. Bye. Aishana began to leave while feeling a strange sensation. Bye, Red. Sasuke yelled from the front porch. Normally people use that name to insult her, but Sasuke made it sound so kind. 7 years later. Over that time, things had changed drastically. First was the village council's decision to have the Uchihas move to the outskirts of the village after suspicion grew about their involvement with the Nine Tails incident. It was more disappointing for Aishana to hear that Gakuro's attempts of convincing the council to rethink their decision had ended in failure. Later onward, Aishana had excelled in her studies and training, reaching the rank of Jonin at the age of 14, and continuously strived further upon hearing that Itachi joined the Umbu Black Ops. 2 years ago, Gakuro took a large step forward in his life and proposed to Anko. A few months later, they were finally married. However, to Gakuro's disappointment, Aishana was away on mission. While all this was going on, their little brother Naruto had entered the academy, and even though he would get into trouble at various times, Gakuro had taught him how to effectively use the vast amounts of chakra he had while secretly trying to convince the sealed Nine Tails to cooperate with the young boy. Unfortunately, the fox, now named Kurama, wasn't on trustworthy ground with the young adult. At the academy, Naruto's fellow classmates had mixed feelings about him, but his grades were consistent. However, Naruto decided he wanted to take chances on his own as he felt he was disturbing Gakuro and Anko's alone time. However, that's all history. Now is a different story. Aishana had finally returned after a long reconnaissance mission bordering the land of waves and a run-in with Jiraiya, who recognized her as a beautiful woman because she had a hood and coat on which obstructed her red hair and majestic Rinnegan. But she found another way to convince him when a large metal king cobra with various sized cracks revealing orange glows slithered out of the green overcoat she was wearing. Now she was finally back home and instantly wanted to see Itachi before anyone else. Before she left, Aishana decided to come and tell Itachi that she had fallen in love with him, which was bold compared to the remaining fangirls who still held hopes. When she arrived today, however, she caught the council and the Umbu talk about the Uchiha raising a possible coup. What caught her even further was that Gakuro was also in the council trying to ask the others for time so he could convince the Uchiha to consider the fate of the village's people. But like before, his attempts at persuading the councilmen ended in failure. That's when she heard one of the elders speak about having the Uchiha eradicated. She then decided to barge into the meeting. Aishana, what are you doing? Can't you see there's a meeting taking place? Gakuro was more than worried about what his sister was doing. I know, brother. In fact, I was listening to everything from the other side of the door. Does no one realize that the Uchiha were one of the founding clans of this village? Wiping them out wouldn't just mean taking away a large area of strength in the village, but it would also mean destroy a great historical clan. Aishana answered, as much as it is true, it's also irrelevant to their recent actions and hostilities towards the people of this village. One of the elders said, which in turn made most of the council agree. From her peripherals, Aishana noticed Itachi in his Umbu gear and mask. She could also tell he was not accepting these decisions too well. After the meeting was finally adjourned, everyone had up and left except for Itachi and Aishana. Is this all true, Itachi? I leave for 1 year, and our village is in this state with your clan planning to rise against everyone. Aishana slowly walked towards Itachi, hoping to see his face. As unfortunate as it is, I was the one who began warning the elders and the Hokage about my clan's preemptive betrayal. Itachi finally took his mask off, showing Aishana a neutral expression. So that's the case. Then whose side are you taking, your clan or our village? Aishana then grabbed Itachi into an embrace while starting to tear up. I haven't made my choice yet. Itachi's face was beginning to lose its neutrality. Aishana then let go after a few seconds before answering. Well, please make the right choice. I really don't want to end up killing you. You're the only one I want to give my heart to. Aishana held on to Itachi's left hand with both of hers for a while as she looked into his eyes before she began to leave. That night, Aishana had finally said her goodnights to her brother and her sister-in-law before going to sleep. Because of her constant traveling, she opted to sleep on the floor as she wasn't comfortable with sleeping in her bed. However, even then, she still couldn't sleep as a cold atmosphere started lingering around. And even though her brother couldn't sense this, Aishana had a terrible feeling she knew what had happened. Chapter start. Aishana finally woke up late the next morning with what felt like a bad omen lingering around her. It wasn't until she made her way downstairs that she noticed Gakuro and Anko standing at the front door with mournful looks across their faces. Hey guys, what's with those looks? It's kind of creeping me out since you two are normally so cheery together. Aishana asked while deep down having a familiar feeling return. Do you really think we should tell her? I mean, it's not fair to do this. Anko said as quietly as she could, but considering she's normally a loudmouth, Aishana could hear her perfectly. You know you're not very good at whispering, Anko. So what is it you need to tell me? Aishana's eyes started to narrow, and even though they had similar eyes, Gakuro's were not as intimidating as hers. Sis, I'm sorry to say that the Uchiha clan were massacred overnight. Aishana's eyes widened considerably at this statement. How many lived? Aishana asked while still processing the information. Only Sasuke Uchiha is alive. That comment hit her even harder. So, you mean to say that Itachi is dead? Aishana's hand was starting to shake at this point, and her hair was beginning to rise, almost like Kushina's did when she was angry, except Aishana's didn't split in 9 tails, but was just going straight up together. No, it was revealed during a meeting early today that it was Itachi who was responsible for the massacre. I'm sorry you had to hear this. Gakuro couldn't halt the overwhelming sense of guilt, while Aishana couldn't contain her anger and sadness any longer and quickly stormed out of the house before dashing off to the secluded training field Itachi used to practice his kunai and shuriken training. She then vaulted up and landed on the rock that concealed a blind target before letting her fully enraged emotions loose, and in doing so subconsciously summoned a metal style that Gakuro only used once because of the severity of their destructive nature. Metal style, molten living chain colony. With both arms stretched out, over 100 white-hot chains launched out of her left arm before the same happened to the right. The chains, fueled by her sorrow and anger, then began to destroy the training area before they all subsequently stopped when Aishana felt another presence. Sasuke, there's no point in taking cover. No one can escape these eyes. I'll be leaving now. Aishana began to walk off before glancing back to where Sasuke was currently hiding while her Rinnegan looked to have turned shade darker. On her way back home, she saw the now banded off Uchiha compound, but managed to stop the embers of her anger from flaring up again, although that was become a tough task. She had trouble believing this was a planned act on Itachi's behalf, so her suspicions grew her to begin digging for the truth. Over 2.5 weeks, various events took place in these situations, from Naruto being accepted as a genin thanks to Gakuro's training schedules, to Anko announcing she was pregnant one night, which did manage to catch the two siblings off guard, but Aishana was happy for them. Over that time, Aishana's digging didn't get her very far, but her overwhelming curiosity got the better of her, and she decided to act upon something very forbidden. At the dead of midnight, an extreme storm was approaching. Aishana had waited for most of the village to sleep before sneaking out of the Uzumaki residence to get the answers she was all too after. She raced through the village, all the while effortlessly avoiding drunks and shinobi on guard who were skeptical that Itachi may return. Once past, she made her way to the one place forbidden to enter, the shrine that only accepted entry for those of Uchiha blood. Ignoring better judgment, Aishana entered and continued to wander until she came across a dimly lit stone tablet, as well as notes written with Fugaku's handwriting. Upon further inspection, she was devastated to who just how far the Uchiha's coup was going to go. She then decided to read the tablet, which was known to be readable only by an Uchiha. But because she had the Rinnegan, which was to be considered something more powerful than the Sharingan, she was able to read what the tablet said before also realizing that some of the tablet had been altered. Itachi, I get it now. You must have seen this tablet was tampered when you went down here. That's why you did this. You wanted to stop history from repeating itself. I'm sorry the village has put this pain on you, but I promise I'll relieve as much of it as I can. Aishana was about to leave when what her brother said the morning after the massacre replayed in her mind. Wait a minute. No, the council didn't just know you did this. They ordered this to happen. They ordered you to kill your entire clan and to bear the weight as a traitor and a murderer. Aishana's eyes were closed and her hands started to shake as an even greater anger began to swamp her. This despicable act of the council will not go unpunished. Mark my words. Aishana reopened her eyes to show a deeper red color with 3 ripples and 12 tomo, 3 on the first and second ripples, and 6 on the last. A slash in. Her eyes are now almost like the Rinnegan, but the difference being is that those 3 extra tomo, in each I allow her to use all the abilities of the Rinnegan as well. I'm just going to go ahead and dub them the Grand Rinnegan. Thunder clapped heavily over the village as it threatened to rain. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen was currently filling out the last of some unfinished paperwork when a loud crack of thunder made his desk rattle. When it settled, he felt another presence in his office. "What can I help you with this late at night?" Hiruzen asked while still looking down at a paper. "Why did you do it?" A shadowed Aishana asked with a cold voice. "Do what exactly?" "Order Itachi to kill his entire clan." Aishana shouted before stepping into the light with her eyes closed once more. "So you found out?" Hiruzen blankly stated. "Howl. I've already broken enough laws in this village to get what I need about why he did it. I'm not scared to break more of them to find out why you made him." Aishana was by this point leaning on the desk, facing Hiruzen while her eyes were still closed. "I'm afraid I have no comforting way to give you that information," Hiruzen again stated, but was starting to look a little nervous at this point. "Then I'll just use other methods of getting that information." Aishana then shot her eyelids open, and Hiruzen almost jumped out of his seat when he saw her new visual prowess, and even more when he noticed the metal king cobra appearing onto the desk with its mouth open, showing a glowing yellow pit. Just as she was about to use its Tsukuyami on him, another shinobi walked into the office unannounced, holding a handful of papers. He stopped dead when he noticed the sight. "Quickly get security," Hiruzen yelled, but before the shinobi could react, Aishana had jumped out one of the windows and was making an escape. She was about to make it to the western gate, only to be stopped by the guardsmen who had been sent word of her actions by the shinobi who just happened to be a member of the Yamanaka clan. However, they weren't the only ones alerted to what happened. "Miss Uzumaki, stand down. We are taking you in under treasonous charges for trespassing on forbidden grounds and threatening to attack the Hokage. These are actions only a rogue ninja would undertake. Stand down immediately," one of the guards announced, but the response the 3 got was not what they expected. Metal style, molten shuriken jutsu. Aishana's left hand was raised, and 6 spinning orange-hot shuriken suddenly fired off, hitting the 3 guards before melting into their bodies as they fell limp. Aishana continued her advance at a slow walk before another voice rang out to her. "Aishana, what's the meaning of all this? Why have you attacked the Hokage and killed these men?" Gakuro yelled from across the street. which caused people in the surrounding buildings to either wake up or take notice of the events unfolding. One of said bystanders was a raven-haired boy with the Uchiha crest on his shirt. Why? That's exactly what I wanted to know. Why did the elder keep the truth away from me? Why did I have to do this to find out? Aishana said while her Metal King Cobra was slithering beside her now, accompanied by two regular metal pythons. I don't understand what you're getting at. Gakuro started to walk towards her only to stop when four melting kunai landed at his feet. No, I'm not letting this be in vain. I now know the truth about Itachi, and I'm not going to let you keep me here. Aishana's stare was consistent while she also saw an outraged Sasuke walking up to the confrontation. Don't think I won't stop you. Gakuro had his hands in position, waiting for her to make a run for it. You really are quite foolish, big brother. I outgrew your abilities years ago. It's not that you won't have the heart to stop me. It's more that you don't have the ability to. Aishana bellowed as she too had her hands ready. You would defend my brother after what he's done, then you'll die as well. Sasuke then charged toward Aishana with his Sharingan active and a pair of kunai in his hands. Sasuke, stop. You're no match for her. Gakuro's yell landed on deaf ears as Sasuke continued to close the gap to Aishana. Foolish child, but that's to be expected from your clan. Aishana jumped, effortlessly dodging Sasuke's attack before delivering a heavy spin kick with her left foot, knocking the wind out of the child she once saw as another little brother before he was sent flying into a wall, all the while a spiky blonde was watching from the background in horror at the acts his big sister was committing. Instantly after taking Sasuke out, she took off out the gate heading to the border, while her brother and four Foundation members were in pursuit. While she knew her brother would be a formidable fight, she easily caught and killed the Foundation pursuers with a molten river. Eventually, after an hour of running, they were that deep in the forest when she decided to stop near the edge of a large rock face. She was easily able to sense Gakuro kneeling in one of the trees behind her. Music playing, Crisis 2 theme epilogue. A/N. I know I don't normally do this, but it seems appropriate. Are you just going to keep following me, or are we going to fight? Aishana turned to face her brother. As they looked into each other's eyes, Gakuro noticed just how much power Aishana really had over him. Would there even be a point by this time now I wouldn't be able to slow you down? Is this really something you're willing to do? Gakuro asked as he dropped down and landed on the grass. What do I mean by that? I mean, are you really willing to be on every nation's bingo book just so you can be with Itachi? Aishana looked around after hearing that question before coming up with an answer. Itachi's taken all this burden upon himself because he tried to keep the village safe. I only wish to be there with him and let him know that there'll always be someone by his side to share that burden. I hope you understand, brother, just how deep my love for Itachi is. Aishana's voice was almost neutral, but still displayed a hint of sadness. I already found all the information about Itachi's actions when I was at the Uchiha Shrine. I just needed a reason to be ousted from the village, and what I did back there was enough of one. I see. Then you might as well leave now while you can. I'll just tell them that I lost track of you when I got here. When Gakuro finished, Aishana's response was a quick hug goodbye and a final nod before she leapt off the ledge and disappeared into the green. A few minutes later, a shinobi pursuit platoon arrived to see Gakuro sitting on the ledge. He then went and told them exactly what he told Aishana he'd say. Meanwhile, she had already stopped at the border and was looking back before swiping across one of the chakra seals on her left arm, which contained a large hooded coat and a small waist pack. Guess these came in handy after all. Aishana then proceeded to put the entire coat and pack on before removing her headband. I realize how this works. Many missing ninja have done this when they are banished from the village. She then proceeded to carve a scratch through the headband before tying it round her neck. Afterward, she resumed walking past the border to begin her search. Chapter end. Over a week had passed since her betrayal, and during that time Aishana had made no progress in locating where Itachi may possibly be, but she continued to be on the move, only stopping at towns or smaller residential areas. While visiting one town, Aishana got word from a merchant serving one of his customers that there were people looking for her. Thinking it was Leaf Shinobi, she continued to stay 2 steps ahead of them and try not to make eye contact with anyone she thought were suspicious, but of course she had to keep her eyes covered to make sure no one saw her prowess. Well, look who we have here, boys. A fresh face, and quite a beautiful one for that matter. A rugged-looking man stood behind her with 3 of his buddies. Judging by the way he spoke, his looks and smell, Aishana could easily make out that they were bandits. While I must thank you for your honest opinion, I do not have time to waste with the likes of you. Aishana began to try and walk out only for the man to grab her shoulder. I don't think you understand the position you're in, little lady. You see, we own these streets. What we say goes. Now give us your valuables before things get interesting. The man bellowed while the other 3 laughed deeply. So you think lowly bandits can be an entertainment for me? Very well then. Kishioma, looks like you have a snack waiting for you, Aishana said in a low and extremely cold manner. As she finished, one of the bandits noticed her coat slide. Ah, who's Kishioma? The lead bandit asked sarcastically without noticing the slow movements in her coat. He's my summon and pet. As Aishana finished speaking, the bandits saw her hood stretch outward to the right before the metal cobra's head poked out and instantly pounced, wrapping itself tightly around the lead bandit, then biting his neck, causing an unbearable burning pain, which was soon replaced by the cold air as Kishioma clapped down, ripping the cooked flesh from the now stone-dead bandit. Oh, you've gone and done it now, Missy. Boys, let's show her who rules the town, one of the secondary bandits said, but unfortunately for him, the other 2 had taken off running at the sight of the leader's demise. And here I thought you would at least put up a fight. I guess when you face an opponent stronger than you are, you turn tail and run. Pathetic, Aishana coldly stated as she began raising an arm out of her coat. Unlike them, I'm not afraid of you. The bandit began to run at her with his swords at full extension. Then I will ensure you die painlessly, and these people will no longer submit to your false strength. Metal style molten kunai. 3 orange kunai formed in front of her hand and shot out to the charging bandit, who immediately went wide-eyed as he tried to stop. Wait, you're the... He didn't finish his sentence as the 3 burning hot kunai impaled his chest, and he fell limp. Aishana looked around for a few seconds to find the other bandits who disappeared. She quickly stopped looking and called Kishioma back before seeing the town folks' faces. What caught her attention was not them cheering over the bandits being defeated, but instead they were horrified at the lack of hesitation she had shown when dispatching them. That fear in their eyes only increased when they saw one of the bandits were defeated by Molten. You're that rogue ninja from the Leaf, the molten monster who attacked her Hokage. One of the townsmen shouted out. And what if I am? I did you people a favor dealing with your bandit problem. Aishana answered back as Kishioma jumped into her right sleeve and curled back around her torso. That doesn't matter. What you did to you village is inexcusable. Another townsman shouted out, which in turn began attracting more people to her. Fine, if that's how it's going to be. Then I'll be on my way. Aishana started walking, but some of the townspeople were blocking her way. I'm afraid we can't let you leave. If your village is after you, then we'll keep you here until they arrive. Eventually, the entire street had Aishana blocked in, but they didn't hear her mumble a few words or see her eyes quick gleam. Then I guess you will have to tell my village how you let me escape. As if on cue, a black line formed beside her before unfolding wide enough for her to sidestep in. The group tried to give chase only for this portal to fold itself back up and disappear. Elsewhere, a line appeared from nowhere and unfolded into a black rectangle before Aishana walked out with her hood down and a dizzy expression on her face. I didn't truly know I could do that. Sorry, Kishioma. Aishana kneeled down as her metal cobra flopped out of her coat onto the ground, looking like it had been tranquilized. It soon shook off the effects of her new transportation method and slithered back up through her right sleeve before returning to its spot around her torso. She began walking on a path, but stopped as she almost instantly ended up on a fork in the road. So where to now? I guess this way wouldn't hurt. Aishana opted to go right and resumed walking. After a few hours of wandering, Aishana was really getting irritated by the lack of conversation and people on her path. I really wish you could talk, Kishioma. It gets lonely on some of these long journeys. Let's hope I find Itachi soon. Kishioma only gave a silent hiss as a response while it moved to lay its head on her right shoulder. Soon it got bored of just sitting around, so it leapt out of her hood and started slithering next to her. Oh, I see. Got tired of sticking with me, huh? Well, I don't blame you. We've been wandering around for ages now and seen nothing. Once again, the response she was given was another hiss, but this time it was longer. Looking behind her, she noticed Kishioma had stopped in its track. What is it? Aishana removed her hood so she could get a better view, also to allow her hair less restraint. After a few seconds, she used her eyes and saw two figures with abnormal and cold chakra nearing her position. Trouble that's great, as if I didn't have enough of it today as it is. If they're a threat to us, then they're dead, right, Kishioma? Aishana lifted her right arm out a little and let the metal cobra jump in before she continued walking. As she got closer, she heard their rather interesting conversation. Damn it, do you always keep selecting these missions? They're boring, and our targets are easy to kill. They don't make good sacrifices for Jashin. One of the pair said in a rather annoyed manner. The Akatsuki needs money to keep its goals going, which is what you refuse to understand. These targets happen to have large bounties in the bingo books, so they allow our organization to maintain a foothold, and besides, you kept killing anyone who came up to you. The other replied in a more husky voice. So what? Money is pointless compared to faith in Jashin. The first of the pair again preached his faith while the other's eyes narrowed. Money is a key essential for anything to develop. I swear if it was possible, I'd kill you right here. The second again replied in an intimidating manner as they entered a clearing and neared Aishana's position, while she too continued walking toward them. But you can't Kakazu, because my faith and devotion to Jashin makes me his favorite and therefore unkillable just like you. So fuck having money when you can live forever. The first spoke back to the one, now named Kakazu. Being immortal means nothing, Haydn, but money means everything, and I will get you to understand that one way or another. Kakazu said to the first guy now known as Haydn. While the two argued, they didn't pay Aishana any notice till she made herself known. You're right, money does mean a lot in today's society. Anyone with a working brain and an idea on their future would know that. Aishana's comment caught the pair by surprise for different reasons. Kakazu was smirking behind his mask and holding a slight chuckle, while Haydn looked ready to explode in rage. Who the fuck do you think you are saying something like that, you little bitch? How about I give you to Jashin to answer for that remark? Haydn yelled, but his threats were not phasing Aishana in the slightest, who at this point was wearing her hood again. Go ahead and try to sacrifice me in faith and forgiveness of your false lord, but I promise you it will fail and you will die. Aishana responded, hitting every nerve in Haydn's body as he pulled out a three-bladed scythe and began running at her. Tamadai, you blasphemy-speaking bitch. Haydn then swung at Aishana and successfully slicing in her left arm before retreating back. But you're a one-hit coward, huh? I expected more from you. Aishana hissed out before she saw Haydn make a blood marking on the ground. Don't be so sure. The preparations are complete, and your blood begins the ritual. Haydn began to lick the blade that sliced her arm, but instead of tasting blood, his tongue began burning. Oh, du bidth, what did you do? Haydn screamed at the top of his lungs. While all this was happening, Kakazu was staring in shock, not because of what was happening to Haydn, but because of what Haydn was doing, attacking and cursing at thin air. Haydn, get a hold of yourself. This is no time to be playing around dash. Kakazu was cut off by Aishana, who was currently standing next to him. He can't hear you. The moment he showed hostilities toward me, I placed him under a Genjutsu to teach him a lesson. But I guess I've had my fun, and you need your partner back in reality, so here goes. Metal style, molten living chain cluster. Aishana pulled her left sleeve back and stretched it out toward Haydn. Instantly, 12 orange chains shot out of her arm and at random impaled or wrapped around Haydn. After a second, the response they got was an ear-deafening scream from Haydn, meaning he was back in the real world. Ow, what the fuck? How dare you ignore Jashin, you bitch? Haydn yelled to Aishana, who responded by commanding her chain snakes to lift him off the ground by about 30 feet. Either shut up, or I will command them to drop you. Aishana threatened. Fuck you all, shut up. This fucking hurts, and you die for it. Haydn continued yelling. Very well, I gave you a chance. Now you pay, drop him. The chains obeyed perfectly and forced themselves down easily, slamming Haydn into the ground with great force. I should kill you for attacking my partner like this, but I think our leader may have a place for skills like yours. Kakazu commented as the chains lifted Haydn back up before slithering over to Aishana and Kakazu. Depending on what it's like, I might consider joining. But I think I'll keep your partner on his new leash till he calms down to a more manageable level, though I'm surprised he's still alive. Aishana said as the two looked at Haydn's interesting situation. You bitch. Haydn again swore. Shut up. Maybe some silence will do you good. Aishana snapped her fingers, and as if on cue, one of the chain snakes removed itself from Haydn's chest before wrapping around the bottom of his jaw, then his mouth, ensuring he couldn't make sound. I see you can handle someone like Haydn very easily. Follow me. I'm sure our leader can accept the reason why one of our missions will be delayed. Kakazu began walking off, with Aishana soon following, and Haydn being hoisted behind her, while the chains resisted the urge to rip him apart. As their journey back to their hideout continued, Kishioma was getting bored of staying wrapped around Aishana's chest and began to slither out of her before curling around the back of her shoulders and resting its head on the edge of her left shoulder. This sight was impossible to have gone unnoticed by Haydn, who started muffling garbled words behind her. Hearing these sounds, Kishioma stated slithering off her shoulders toward and across three of the chains before reaching close eye contact with Haydn. Kishioma, Haydn here is not a meal for you yet. He's an acquaintance, be it a very profane one at that. Kakaza decided to look over his shoulder to see what was going on and instantly saw the oversized metal king cobra at very close proximity to his partner. As Aishana finished speaking, the snake turned its head to stare at her intensely. Don't give me that look, mister. Now get back over here. After a few seconds, Kishioma submitted and slithered back down the chains, much to Haydn's relief, and up the sleeve of her coat, going back to its normal place before resting its head on her right shoulder this time, while poking out of the hood. So what's with the snake? Kakazu asked without looking back over his shoulder. It's a fascination I had when I was younger. That's when I created Kishioma, here using metal style. And unlike those a certain snake San and my sister-in-law used to know, he's very loyal to me, aren't you? Aishana answered while patting her metal pet on the side of its head. We're nearing the hideout. It would be an idea to let Haydn loose, even if I've been enjoying the quiet, but the others will think something's up. Kakazu explained as the trio stopped. I bet they'd already suspect something when they see your partner with gaping holes in his body. Aishana remarked as she looked back to Haydn, who was glaring at her. Don't worry. Let him make one of his praying rituals, and he should be as good as new again. Kakazu said with a neutral tone. Fine, but when we get going again, I'm staying behind your lunatic partner. Aishana snapped her fingers, and the chain snakes ripped themselves out of Haydn before retracting into her arm. After about an hour of the short-tempered idiot praying, the three finally got back on the move. Judging by the question you asked me before, but Kishioma, I'm guessing you've had a run-in with Orochimaru. To be more precise, he was once one of us, till we caught on to his experimenting. That would sound about right. My village caught him doing the same thing. Kakaza, why are you talking to this bitch like that? Haydn yelled out before feeling a sense that could stop a man stone dead. Speak about me like that again, and I will let Kishioma eat you. You may be immortal in a sense, but I don't think even you could survive being melted down. As Aishana was speaking, Kishioma slithered across her arm before stretching out to land on Haydn's shoulder. Enough, we're nearly there. Kakaza shouted, causing the metal cobra to retreat back into Aishana's coat. Soon they reached the main entrance to the hideout. I take it there's more than one hideout, Aishana denounced as the gates started opening. You'd have to know, wouldn't you? Once the gate fully opened, the three walked in. Aishana made sure her hood was fully over her head, so they couldn't see her face. Kakazu, that was quick. Don't tell me your target came to you, a tall blonde said, while standing on what looked to be a finger. No. Unfortunately, we've had to put the mission on hold after finding something very unique. Kakazu said in his husky tone before Haydn walked into view, with holes and tears in his shirt, followed finally by Aishana, who was impressed by the size of their hideout, while disappointed in its atmosphere. Upon seeing her, another of the group called out in a similarly husky tone. WH had happened to your partner, and who is that behind you two? The voice came from a shorter, more rounded-looking figure. After hearing what he had said, the others seemed to take notice and looked in the same direction. This is the reason why our mission isn't complete. She's also the reason why Haydn's in that state. Once Kakazu finished, a blue-skinned man started to chuckle when he heard Haydn was the way he looked because of a girl. Is that the reason you brought her here? An all too familiar neutral voice asked. Aishana, hearing that voice, looked up to see Itachi standing on another of the statue's fingers, looking down at the three. No, the reason I brought her here was because she shows a lot of potential and could be valuable to the Akatsuki. Kakazu explained, earning an understanding nod from Itachi. Before Aishana could utter one word, a boy wearing an orange spiral mask landed in front of her face. While like her, she looks cute, the masked boy said while still trying to see under the hood. Toby, leave her alone. She'll reveal her identity when our leader is here, Kakazu said as he grabbed Toby's shoulder. But I want to be the first to see her face. Is that too much to ask? Toby tried to get another glimpse, only to be stopped by another voice coming from a corridor. You're early, which would mean the mission isn't finished yet. Am I correct? The voice was distinctly female. Aishana traced the voice back to the corridor to see another two figures walking towards them. The girl had straight blue hair and amber eyes with a elaborate piercing and what looked like a blue paper flower in her hair. Beside her was a man with orange hair and too many piercings to be physically possible. How many of you are there? And will you please stop getting in my face, Toby? Aishana nearly yelled, making her presence known to the pair and causing Itachi to narrow his eyes to the familiar voice. While this was going on, another figure appeared with what looked like a giant Venus flytrap for a head. Who is that with you? The orange-haired figure asked with a very intimidating voice. Why do I need to know this bitch's name? She impaled me constantly and dragged me all the way here. Haydn spat out while still very angered about what he experienced. And I'll gladly do it again if it means shutting you up, Aishana hissed before stretching her left arm out, threatening to summon her chain snakes again. Enough. Our leader asked for your name. So who are you? The blue-haired figure asked in an unnerving voice. Fine. Aishana gave one last swift glare at Haydn under her hood before mumbling an apology aimed at Itachi. My name is Aishana Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf, Aishana said as loudly as she could before removing her hood, letting her blood-red hair flow freely while letting her bangs hide her eyes. There were mixed reactions, with the most unnoticed by the group was Itachi's breath hitching for a second before regaining his composure. And why are you here exactly? The orange-haired figure asked. Because Kakazu here thought I might be of use to the Akatsuki, Aishana responded blankly. Is that so? We'll have to put that to the test. Daedara, care to test her abilities? Conan said while looking at Aishana with intrigued eyes. Sure. Now I'll see how many of you will be in awe of true art. Daedara said with his husky voice before starting to walk off. Don't be so sure you can kill her. She's something else entirely. Kakazu warned. After an hour of being led around, Aishana found herself in an open field with what looked like a giant rib cage, while Daedara was standing at the other side of the field with his hands and a pair of packs attached to his waist. Prepare to be in awe at my art, for true art is a solitary flash of glory. Daedara then threw a cluster of clay balls at Aishana, before puffs of smoke turned them into spiders that began racing toward her. True art is an explosion. HN, Daedara yelled before multiple explosions went off at close proximity. However, when the smoke cleared, she had disappeared. Guess she wasn't cut out to be an Akatsuki, Daedara said triumphantly before noticing a black line appear directly in front of him before opening slightly and a hand grab his throat. You should learn to study your opponent's movements before coming to a conclusion. Bomber, Aishana mockingly said as the rift fully opened and she stepped out while raising Daedara above her head. As the rift closed, she aimed Daedara toward the wall where the others were watching on. Have a nice trip, Daedara. Shinra Tensei. Aishana shouted, instantly catching the orange-haired figure's attention before Daedara was sent flying towards the group. Soon she extended her arm without retracting her coat's sleeve, and the rift began to appear again. This time the humanoid with the flytrap around him took notice of this and grew suspicious of how she was doing that. The rift reopened again in front of everyone, and she stepped out, announcing herself the victor. That was an impressive display. You are someone useful to the Akatsuki's goals. But I just want to know how you managed to get here so quickly. The flytrap humanoid asked. Guess someone was going to ask of my abilities sooner or later. Most of my power comes from these. Aishana lifted her hair out of the way to show everyone the grand Rinnegan. Upon seeing them, half of said humanoid, as well as the orange-haired and blue-haired figures, were surprised. I think you've earned your place in the Akatsuki. With that being said, introductions are in order. The blue-haired figure said in a calm manner despite seeing the most powerful visual prowess. I'm the Akatsuki's leader, Pain. The orange-haired figure, now known as Pain, said. I am Conan. The blue-haired woman said, earning a nod from Aishana. I am Sasori. The shorter, more slouched figure said before he started buckling to reveal it was just a puppet with a red-haired young adult inside it. My name's Kisame, a tall, blue shark-skinned man said as he looked down at her. We are Zetsu, the white half of the humanoid said, while getting an irritated looking from the other. You already know Kakazu and Haiden, and you've faced off against Daedara, so you'd know his name by now. That just leaves Dash. Pain couldn't even finish his sentence as Aishana beat him to it. Itachi Uchiha. He was quite well known in the Leaf Village until that night. Aishana finished as they stared each other down. Soon the group started going back to their own things, and as Aishana started walking off, Itachi grabbed her shoulder and turned her to face him. What are you doing here? You didn't do anything stupid back at our village, did you? Itachi said as quietly as he could. I came here looking for you. because I know the truth about why you killed your clan. I'm not letting you take the entire burden by yourself. Also, I may have needed a reason to be ousted from our village, so I may have nearly attacked the Hokage, as well as injure your brother and kill 6 shinobi, including 4 Umbu. Aishana said while looking into Itachi's eyes, which displayed utter disbelief. You are either the most unbelievable or most stubborn person I've ever come to know. Itachi exclaimed before taking another glance at her eyes, noticing the full difference in them. So how did your eyes become that? I guess because they were a different color, it meant they had more power hidden to them. When I saw the truth about your clan on the tablet in the Uchiha Shrine, I guess all my emotions just released at once, causing this change in them similar to you, Sharingan, achieving the Mangekyo stage. Aishana explained. So, where exactly are my quarters? How about you let me show you where it is? Conan said while causing Aishana to jump as she thought Conan may have heard everything. As the pair continued to walk down one corridor, Itachi walked off to his own quarters. While all that unfolded, Zetsu was silently watching on with disbelief still in Black Zetsu's eye. How does she have those? Black Zetsu asked himself. Have what exactly? White Zetsu asked him. The design mothers I had. But it's not possible to have 2 of them, and not with that many of those in it. Black Zetsu answered with suspicion. Chapter end. Chapter start. A week had passed since Aishana was accepted into the Akatsuki, and she finally got her first mission. The mission was to join Sasori and Deidara in tracking down Orochimaru, not just to provide backup, but also because the ring Orochimaru had from the Akatsuki now rightfully belonged to her, so she had to get it back. The real difficulty they had was tracking down which hideout he was in, as he had multiple spreads out across the sound and leaf borders. Eventually, after 3 days of searching, they found a hideout inside a hill. Aishana immediately sensed his chakra radiating freshly through the tunnel network in the hideout. I think it's time to show this traitor what art is. Wouldn't you agree, Sasori, my man? Deidara had his hands in the pouches ready to go. Not until I've retrieved what belongs to my. Kishioma, stay here. As Aishana finished, Kishioma sprung out of her Akatsuki robe and landed near Deidara. If Deidara tries to destroy the hideout while I'm still in it, feel free to devour one of his precious arms. Kishioma just hissed an acknowledgement to Aishana's command while Deidara glared at Aishana's audacity. Soon a rift opened in front of Aishana, and she stepped through, ending up somewhere random in the hideout before wandering to where she could sense Orochimaru. An hour had passed, and outside Deidara was getting impatient, but he couldn't do anything while there was a giant metal king cobra next to him eyeing his right arm like it was another snack. Inside, however, Aishana had finished walking about as she found what she was after. There's no point in trying to hide from me, Orochimaru. You have a very distinct and mixed chakra pattern. Aishana responded as she noticed Orochimaru slowly sneaking up on her. And what brings you here, Uzumaki child? Orochimaru hissed as the two faced each other. I came to retrieve what's rightfully mine. Metal style, molten living chain. Upon command, one orange chain slithered out of her left sleeve before wrapping around a severed hand and removing the ring, then placing it in her hand as it retreated. So you've joined the Akatsuki, then you will die one day. Orochimaru again hissed. then that's a risk I'm willing to take. Besides, there's something there of importance to me. Aishana said as she began to leave. I'm surprised you haven't tried to kill me yet. Are you losing your edge, Orochimaru? Not at all. It just seems a waste to kill such a rare shinobi. Orochimaru looked on as she walked past him. Aishana just sighed in irritation at his response. I'm going to regret this, she mumbled. Just because you were once a leaf shinobi and you don't seem to be remotely anything like what they say you are, I'm letting you escape this one time. Deidara and Sasori are waiting for me to leave. So step through this rift and it will take you to a different hideout. Note this will be the only time I show lenience to you. Next time I see you, you're dead. Aishana extended her right arm, causing a rift to appear beside Orochimaru, who knew she wasn't lying. He soon stepped through before she closed it. After another 10 minutes of walking about, she made her way out to confront an anxious Deidara and an annoyed Sasori. You took your time in there, and time's not something I like having wasted, Sasori said in a threatening tone. It was quite amazing there, but I don't tend to stay here any longer after what I've seen. Deidara go nuts, Aishana said as Kishioma jumped back in her robe while noticing the ring she needed before she opened a rift as the hideout exploded. As the rift reopened to the Akatsuki hideout, Aishana got a glimpse of Kakazu and Haiden returning after taking another attempt at their mission. She easily figured was complete when she noticed Kakazu holding a case and Haiden glaring at his partner. As the trio arrived at their meeting positions, Toby noticed the ring on her right index finger before she jumped up on one of the ghetto statue fingers. I take it your mission was a success, Conan said as she looked over the trio. From what we could tell, we tracked him down to one of his various hideouts where I proceeded to enter and obtain the ring. Aishana brought her right hand up in the air as proof. However, I didn't run into Orochimaru once. When I returned out, Sasori was being as impatient as always while Deidara decided to use the biggest explosive he could possibly make. I don't know whether or not we killed Orochimaru, as I had already opened a rift back here. Aishana said, easily hiding the fact that she was lying. I see. Then we can only hope he doesn't return again, Zetsu said as he stood 2 fingers away from Aishana. So what will be our next task? Aishana asked. 5 months later, Aishana decided to tell Conan that she heard rumors about possible sightings of Orochimaru around the Sand and Sound villages, to which later that day she was tasked with finding and killing Orochimaru before he made another escape. The following day, she set out to find Orochimaru. After following the clues of said rumors, she was led back to a place she knew all too well, the Hidden Leaf Village. Great, home sweet home, you're right, Aishana mumbled before stepping through the gates. Now what would you want here, Orochimaru? She said softly as she wandered around looking for anything. Soon she decided to stop at a dango shop for a break and to listen in for anything suspicious when she heard the unmistakable voice of her sister-in-law. Okay, I think I've had enough. I'll be on my way then, Anko said before standing and walking out. The first thing she noticed was how big Anko's belly was. How many kids is Anko carrying? Aishana thought to herself before moving her head to the side in hopes that Anko didn't see her. Thankfully, she didn't, which was made evident as the knocked-up woman just kept walking or slightly waddling at this point. I wonder if I'd be anything like Anko if I have kids. Aishana thought again before finishing her plate and leaving. Surprisingly enough, no one suspected her, even though she was wearing the infamous Akatsuki robe. Maybe word of the Akatsuki's reputation hasn't reached here yet. Again, Aishana thought, while continuing to wander about, before noticing people rushing to the village stadium. I guess something's up over there. If I want to blend in, then it may be natural to flow the group. Aishana walked along with the masses as they approached the stadium, where she was surprised to notice not very many guards patrolling the entrances. After paying her relatively small fee for a seat, she proceeded to look around before noticing something off about the Hokage. As soon as a gust of wind blew past, the Hokage took off his face mask, and Aishana immediately noticed the pair of rippled purple eyes. Why is my brother the Hokage? This doesn't make any sense. Aishana whispered to herself before looking for someone who could answer her. Excuse me, but who is the Hokage? Aishana asked a random civilian. That's Gakuro Uzumaki. It's strange because Lord Third's choice to again step down only happened 3 days ago. He said it was a decent choice because when he spoke to Gakuro one day after his sister's betrayal, Hiruzen felt like he was talking to an exact copy of Minato. I guess the old saying goes like father, like son. To be honest, he even looks a lot like Minato's side from red hair and the Rinnegan. Upon his ceremony to being instated as Hokage, people already talked about him being a replacement fourth Hokage. They haven't put his face in a rock face yet, because of the Chunin exams. The civilian explained in length, while Aishana just listened and stared at her brother. So, my older brother has become what my younger brother dreams of becoming. I'm sorry this burden has to be put on you. Aishana, though, before thanking the civilian and walking to her seat. Flashback. 3 days after Aishana's betrayal. Lord Third, you wanted to speak to me? Gakuro asked. He closed the door behind him. Yes, it's about your younger sister. I'm guessing you saw her eyes when you made contact. Hiruzen asked as he took a puff out of his pipe. I have, and it's strange. I thought the Rinne Sharingan was a myth, but she proved otherwise. Also making said eyes different with the extra tomo. That power in them was just so sudden. Gakuro answered, but feeling slightly unnerved by the thought of seeing those eyes again. A chakra like that couldn't easily be lost. So tell me what happened with your encounter, and I'll do the same with mine. Hiruzen stated while successfully catching Gakuro off guard before he regained himself. So we both know why she left, fine. I caught up to her at a ledge near the border. Then we talked about what she was doing and what will happen if she took that road. But because she took after Mom, she was stubborn enough to accept those risks, and I let her get away while lying to the pursuers as she'd gotten out of sight. So what's your story? Gakuro finished with a question. When she entered the office, I was already caught under her jinjutsu. In that world, we talked about how she knew the truth behind Itachi's actions and what she was going to do. Like you, I too tried to talk her out of it, but I also noticed she had picked up on some of Kushina's behavior. Eventually, she told me she was going to share the burden Itachi had placed upon himself, and that she wanted me to act along as if she was about to attack me, while saying she had convinced a shinobi of the Yamanaka clan that I left some papers behind. She does have quite a cunning mind, and I played along as she hoped. Hiruzen said in a calm manner. Gakuro only smiled at how audacious Aishana was that morning. Is that all you wanted to discuss with me? I got to talk with the families of the Umbu that died thanks to what happened. Gakuro was about to leave when he heard Hiruzen release another puff of smoke. "I would like to ask you something," Hiruzen said before turning back to the window. "Ask away, Lord Third," was Gakuro's answer as he stopped at the door. "I would like you to become the next Hokage. The way you said you presented your ideals for the village and your family that morning makes it feel like I'm talking to Minato again. You seem to understand how to balance the two out perfectly." Hiruzen's request came as quite a shock to Gakuro. "But I failed to stop my sister and let people under my command die. I don't see how that's considered putting the needs of the village and my family in balance." Gakuro's answer didn't come as a surprise to Hiruzen. "It's through our previous failures that we learn to prevent more of the same from happening. I never ordered the Umbu to aid in pursuing Aishana. I believe that may be a play on Danzo's behalf, but you listened to what your sister had to say, and you made a decision that would guarantee her goal and prevent the actual pursuit team in your command to lose their lives." Hiruzen said, "But I lied directly to them. What kind of Hokage lies to their people?" Gakuro looked back to Hiruzen. "Sometimes it's necessary to either lie or hold secrets to ensure the safety of the village. For instance, I lied about what happened to the Uchiha clan and kept secret the truth. If the village knew about the Uchiha's plot, then they would have hated the very name with a passion," Hiruzen stated before taking another puff from his pipe. "I see. Either way, I don't think I'm in any position to be Hokage yet. We'll need to wait and see," Gakuro answered before leaving. 5 days before present. Gakuro entered the Hokage office after Anko told him about her curse mark flaring up, meaning Orochimaru was around. Lord Third Dash. Gakuro was halted when Hiruzen held a hand up. "If you're here to inform me, I already know. Orochimaru was one of my students, so I can tell of his presence in the village, but where is uncertain." Hiruzen answered before Gakuro could ask. "That's not all I came here for." Gakuro's comment caught Hiruzen by surprise. "Then what else are you here for?" Hiruzen asked while having a sneaking suspicion after the many times he saw Gakuro with a conflicted and decisive look on his face. "I realize it's been a while since the day you asked me to be the next Hokage, and after a while of giving it thought and Anko edging me on, I've come to a decision," Gakuro said, while Hiruzen grinned, slightly hoping for the answer he waited almost 5 months for. "If you truly think I'm fitting of this role, then I will accept the responsibility as the next Hokage," Gakuro answered while Hiruzen smiled in a way he'd never been seen smiling before. "Thank you, boy. If you're anything like Minato, then I know you'll do this village proud. Besides, I think I've overused my time as Hokage and am in need of my retirement." Hiruzen stretched his right hand, and Gakuro shook it proudly. "I will endeavor to live up to your expectations, Lord Third." Gakuro bowed as a sign of respect for being given this new title. "And I will continue to watch and see what you do in the future, Fifth Hokage," Hiruzen said before bowing in return. "Lord Fifth, that's going to be a tough title to get used to," Gakuro said before leaving. /n. Now I realize the canon storyline addicts are going to go ballistic at me for changing things, but I'm not one to follow the definition of insanity. Thank you very much. Also, I hate being cliche. So if you don't like this idea, then tough fucking tit, I'm trying it out. Present time. While Aishana was smiling, behind her robe things were going smoothly in the VIP seats. Lord Kazekage, it's an honor to meet you. Glad you could make it, Gakuro said in a polite manner. I'm glad to have made it. You look different, Lord Third, the Kazekage said while being slightly confused. I guess you haven't heard. I'm not Lord Third. I'm the fifth, Gakuro said as he was about to take the Hokage headwear off, but opted not to when he noticed the Kazekage leaving his on. As the hours passed, both Kages and Aishana watched on in amazement at the fights they saw. Aishana was indeed impressed at how much Naruto had improved since she last saw him when he defeated Niji Hyuga. But that sense of amazement disappeared during the match between Shikamaru and Temari, as the young Nara ended up forfeiting in the end. That disappointment and boredom only continued as the boy named Kankuro forfeited his match against Shino before it even began. To her surprise, people were still waiting around as if another match were to take place. Why is everyone still here? Aishana asked a spectator to her right. Duh, we're waiting for the match between Sasuke, Uchiha, and Gaara of the Hidden Sand, the woman replied. Upon hearing the name, Aishana rolled her eyes and huffed in disappointment. Why do people think Sasuke is so special? He's weak and completely misunderstands his goals and place in this world. Aishana said to herself quietly so no one else could know it was her. After waiting for some time, she was growing extremely bored. She wasn't the only one fed up with this problem. We've waited long enough. Call it. Sasuke's a no-show, Gakuro demanded. Please can't we wait a while longer? I really want to see this fight, the Kazekage said silently. As do I, but Sasuke has not been here all day, so I'm declaring that he has forfeited the match with or without your agreement, Gakuro retorted, but as the match was about to be called off, Sasuke landed in the stadium, followed closely by Kakashi Hatake. Of course, that explains everything, Gakuro said silently to himself before yelling. You're late, as usual, Kakashi. I'm sorry, we got held up, that's all, Kakashi answered. Why am I not surprised? Well, now that Sasuke's here, we can get this match started. You should be lucky, Uchiha. 2 seconds later, and you would have been disqualified, Gakuro said from the stands. Proceed with the match, Gakuro ordered, and on command the match began. After a few minutes of exchanging blows, Aishana was only getting more disappointed and infuriated by Sasuke's so-called fighting. I thought you said the Uchihas was something to behold. I'm not impressed in the slightest, Aishana said to the woman as she got up to leave before she sensed a significant chakra increase in Sasuke's right hand. She looked over to see Sasuke creating a Chidori in his palm before running at the sphere of hardened sand and slamming the lightning-style jutsu right through the defense like it was nothing. Soon a deafening scream could be heard from Gaara, meaning Sasuke had landed a direct hit. That's when chaos ensued as the sand crumbled away, and instead of Gaara, everyone noticed the claw of a monster appearing in front of him. That's also when Aishana and Gakuro felt a familiar and disturbing presence. Aishana looked over to find the sense radiating off the Kazekage in full. So that's what you did, Orochimaru. You really are quite the tenacious one. Aishana dashed out of the stadium as she felt the Jinjutsu start to take effect on people around her. Once out, she broke the jutsu before it could affect her too, and began rushing toward the north entrance when she noticed Shinobi of the Sand and Sound begin their assault. No, I do not have time for this. Get out of my way, Aishana shouted before swarms of white-hot chains instinctively appeared out of her sleeves and began wildly attacking the invading shinobi. While this was happening, Orochimaru decided to make his appearance when the Sound Ninja four-trapped them. Surprised to see me, Hokage, Orochimaru ripped of his disguise to reveal his true face. Not as surprised as you will be to see me. Gakuro threw off the cloak and headwear, letting the Rinnegan shine from the sunlight. Seeing this, Orochimaru was extremely taken back. Why you? You're the one Hiruzen chose to be the fifth Hokage. Orochimaru stuttered slightly at the revelation. Bet you weren't expecting to see me of all people, Gakuro stated before having both arms stretched out. Metal style, molten living chains swarm. 48 chains shot out of both arms and were prepared to attack. Reanimation jutsu, Orochimaru said, which caused 3 coffins to begin appearing, each saying Hokage and what number it was. Before they could all fully summon, Minato's coffin sunk back into the abyss. If I remember correctly, the reanimation jutsu gives you command over a deceased person. However, their soul needs to at least still exist. My father's soul was sealed by the Reaper Death Seal, meaning you can't resurrect him. But because I know that, I have a means to stop the first and second Hokages quickly. Gakuro stated, as the 2 remaining coffins' lids dropped open and the first and second Hokage walked out. Where are we? The first Hokage asked. Lord First, Hashirama, and Lord Second, Tobirama. You have been reanimated and brought back into the world of the living. Do not worry, for I shall quick undo the forbidden jutsu. Gakuro stated quickly. Wait, who are you? Hashirama asked as he and Tobirama saw Gakuro in his eyes. I am Gakuro Uzumaki. I am the 5th Hokage, though I haven't been Hokage for even a week now, Gakuro said before returning his glare to Orochimaru, who proceeded to shove tag Kunai into them. As much as I like a touching meeting of old and new, I think I've wasted enough time, Orochimaru said as the second Hokage began his attack, while the first summoned a wood-style release covering the entire roof in branches and roots. I'm impressed. You really live up to your name as the god of shinobi, but your wood-style jutsu has nothing on my metal-style jutsu. Metal style, great molten tide. Gakuro then began to spew a giant wave of molten metal over most of the wood release, burning it to ashes. Even though he missed Orochimaru and Hashirama, he successfully trapped Tobirama in an inescapable clump of cooling steel. I'm sorry for the dishonor of this forbidden jutsu, but I promised I would end it. Human path, soul extraction. Gakuro placed a hand on Tobirama's reanimated form before pulling out his soul and releasing his reanimation. If we enemies back when I was alive, you be quite the formidable foe. I hope to meet someone like you in another time, Tobirama said before he ascended. Now, for your freedom, Lord First. Bansho Tenin. Gakuro raised the same hand out and pulled Hashirama toward him while his chains quickly lashed around him so he could not use wood release. I'm impressed by your abilities. The choice to make you Hokage was indeed a good one. Take care of our village, Hashirama said before closing his eyes in wait of the inevitable. I'm honored to be praised by the god of shinobi, and I will continue to lead and protect our village till I pass over the responsibility. Human path, soul extraction. Gakuro then pulled out Hashirama's soul and ending his reanimation. Until we meet again, Lord Fifth, we will watch over you, Hashirama said as he ascended. You're all out of toys and tricks, Orochimaru. Now what are you going to do? Gakuro said to the dumbstruck Snake Sannin, as he also saw the assault on the village had been defeated. If it means living, then I guess we'll retreat. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, smoke clouded Gakuro's appearance before the Snake Sannin, and the Sound Ninja 4 disappeared. When the smoke cleared, Gakuro finally got a full view of the damage to the village Orochimaru's plan caused, as well as the combined efforts of the Sand and Sound Village. This is going to take some time to recover from, Gakuro said as Five-Leaf Shinobi landed in front of him. Lord Fifth, are you hurt? One of them asked. No, but I did have an encounter with our previous lords. That's beside the point. I want to know the extent of the damage done to the village, as well as the casualties and losses we've suffered, Gakuro ordered. Yes, sir. The 5 shinobi dispersed, instantly following Gakuro's orders. Yep, this is definitely going to take some time. And Kao, I hope she's all right. Gakuro disappeared back toward his home. Meanwhile, outside the village, Aishana had just finished off a squad of Sound Ninja attempting to flee, before walking away from the village yet again. At least I know Gakuro is there to protect them even when I'm not. Take care, brother. With that, Aishana opened a rift before she too disappeared. Damn it, Orochimaru got away again. Chapter end. Chapter start. Nearly a month had passed since the Hidden Leaf Village came under siege, and Aishana assisted and halted the invading village's advance. Now, there were new orders, one she did not expect to get. Your mission is to capture and bring back the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Pain said from his pedestal. Itachi, Kisame, and Aishana will go on this mission. Aishana, you will be acting as support in case they run into any problems. Conan said before they both dispersed to nothing, meaning they were only communicated projections. Great, so we're headed back to the Hidden Leaf again, Aishana said in sarcastic enthusiasm before placing her hat on. You're from the Hidden Leaf. I thought you'd be happy to return home, Kisame said as he looked down at Aishana. Not after I tracked Orochimaru there less than a month ago, Aishana responded as she walked ahead of them. So are we just going to walk, or should we take a rift there? Aishana had her hand up ready to open one. No, I can't stand traveling that quickly. We walk, Kisame answered. Suit yourself. Aishana lowered her arm as the trio began walking. While on their journey, Kisame started getting a little curious about why Aishana was almost happy to be around Itachi and eventually decided to question it. Back when you were part of the Leaf Village, did you two used to be a couple or something? Kisame's was easily ignored by Itachi, but the momentary wide-eyed expression Kisame got a glimpse of was the answer he needed from Itachi, while Aishana held her breath for a second before answering. I guess you could say we were in a state of affection for each other back in the Leaf Village, but I didn't like staying in one place too long and was always out and about. It was just when I finally wanted to be with him that he went and slaughtered his entire clan. Then with all the shame the village placed on him, I retaliated by attacking the Hokage and killing a few Leaf shinobi while trying to escape. It's definitely a strange world we live in, Aishana explained while hoping to lose Kisame, but that was not going to happen. I bet you two would have made an interesting pair. Kisame blurted out, which caused Aishana to extend her left arm out to him. One more word about this topic, and I will force you through a rift. Got it. If Kisame learned anything about Aishana, it's that you always take her threat seriously. Later on the journey, they were a few hours away from the Leaf Village when Kisame decided to speak again. So, I'm betting you know who the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is. Kisame said as he looked over the two, but couldn't fully get over the thought of them being a couple. Easily. The Jinchuriki is my younger brother, Naruto, and as much as you think it harsh to accept something like this, I must put our organization's goals before family, as they didn't mind me being ousted back then. Aishana answered before Kishioma slithered out of her robe to look back at Kisame. It quickly slithered back inside as they neared the north gate of the village and soon walked through. So, anything we need to know about the village now? Itachi asked as they walked down some streets. Indeed, look up at the rack face for starters. The trio looked to see Gakuro's face finally carved into the wall next to Minato. So your older brother is now the Hokage. How long before he senses our presence? Itachi asked as they crossed a bridge only to hear a voice from the other side of the stream. Not long, Aishana answered as 3 Jonin had gathered on one side, while the 3 Akatsuki members were on the other side. We haven't seen you here before. Identify yourselves. One of them with a short beard and a cigarette sticking out of his mouth said, while the other 2 readied themselves. Guess the element of surprise is gone. Might as well get ready to fight. Kisame said as he jumped into and landed on the stream, followed by Itachi and Aishana, who while they all removed the hats covering their faces. Immediately, the Jonin had disappointed looks aimed at Itachi and Aishana. Why are you here? You're rogue ninja, so there's something up. The only woman of the trio asked. She had raven hair and red eyes. We're after someone, and we know he's here. So tell us where we can find Naruto. Aishana said as she stared the Jonin down. Her bangs were out of the way, so her eyes were easily visible to the 3. So you're after Naruto. Unfortunately, we can't tell you of his whereabouts, nor are we going to let you leave. Kakashi, the only one she recognized, said to the 3. Well, if you won't talk then, I'll just use other means. I don't think you've familiarized yourselves with my full power, then allow me to acquaint you with it. Aishana finished by raising her arms, her left toward the 3 and her right slightly to her side, so Kishioma could participate in the fight. I could slash in. So it's only just occurred to me that you don't know the size of Kishioma. Well, he's a king cobra that's about the size of a large, fully grown Burmese python, which is why it always wraps around Aishana's torso. And when he's there, he acts like a living armor, because he's made of living metal. The Jonin began to charge at the 3, and the skirmish began. During the barrage of attacks, Itachi managed to trap Kakashi in its Tsukuyomi before the now named Suma attempted to attack him with a fire release ash pile, burning only for the jutsu to be absorbed by Aishana, who quickly sensed another chakra presence. Kisame, look out. Her warning came too late as Kisame received a kick to the jaw by a guy who had launched out of the water. Kisame then retaliated by trying to land a hit with Samahata. As this was going on, Aishana suddenly sensed her younger brother's chakra, though it was pretty far away. We're done here. Hurry up, you two. I found Naruto. Aishana then quickly used a Shinra Tensei, throwing Guy back from Kisame before the three made their departure. What was the big idea? I was just starting to have fun, Kisame said in an annoyed tone after they had lost the Jonin. Going up against Mike Guy isn't exactly the best idea. He may not be able to use ninjutsu, but his taijutsu is ridiculous and he doesn't quite know when to call it quits. Aishana explained before they made it near their destination. That's when Aishana noticed another chakra pattern with Naruto. We can't just barge in. I can sense Jiraiya's chakra there as well. It appears as though he's mentoring my younger brother's training. We'll need a way of distracting the Toad Sannin. As Aishana was speaking, Itachi was already one step ahead of her when he placed a genjutsu on a woman who then started walking to the hotel. Wow, Itachi, I didn't think you'd be so daring. Don't get any ideas. This is only to secure the success of the mission, Itachi said before they ducked into an alley as the woman lead the Toad Sannin out of the hotel. That's our cue, Aishana said as the three entered the hotel and started searching. Eventually, they made it to Naruto's room. How come you couldn't tell us the Nine Tails was in this room? Kisame looked over at Aishana, who returned a glare at him. Jiraiya used some sort of barrier. It messed with my sensory technique, so I was getting multiple of his chakra throughout the hotel. Aishana hissed back. Let's just get this over with. Itachi broke the argument before the fires could surge. However, the room door opened before another word could be uttered. Who are you? A spiky blonde said with a tired look. He soon took a step back when he noticed the three unusual figures outside his door. Naruto Uzumaki, we're part of the Akatsuki. Our mission is to retrieve the Nine Tails power inside you. That means you are now our captive, Aishana said, and thanks to her shirt and the Akatsuki robe, she was able to muffle her voice enough for Naruto not to recognize her. Wait, what would you need the Nine Tails for? Naruto asked as he began to step back. Our mission is none of your concern. Should I at least cut off his legs so he doesn't escape? Kisame said as he and Itachi took their hats off again as a means to intimidate Naruto, while Aishana chose to leave hers on. No, we can't risk damaging the Nine Tails. If we are to extract its power, we need the Jinchuriki intact, Aishana said as Itachi was about to subdue Naruto. Suddenly, Aishana noticed another chakra approaching them fast. She quickly snarled, as she knew exactly whose it was. Hold fast, Itachi. Company's here. Just as she finished speaking, Sasuke was at the other end of the hallway with his Sharingan already active. If not for her trying to conceal her identity from Naruto, Aishana would be laughing at how pitiful and mismatched Sasuke's Sharingan was. Two Tomo in his right eye and one in his left. That's strange, Itachi. I was told you killed your entire. And yet he has the same type of eyes as you. Who is he? Kisame asked while Itachi and Aishana narrowed their eyes at the boy. He's my younger brother, left to live because it would be a waste to use my Sharingan on him back then, Itachi said as his Sharingan spun to life. I did exactly as you said, brother. I've trained and built up my hatred all for this day. The day I kill you. Sasuke stretched his shirt's collar out to the left, exposing a curse mark on his shoulder. With how similar the design is to Anko's Aishana, figured Orochimaru gave it to him. Sasuke extended his right arm as a Chidori chirped to life, and he began to charge at Itachi while destroying the wall to his right. When he made contact, Itachi merely deflected the attack and caught his wrist with perfect accuracy. "Go away, brother. You do not interest me at the moment," Itachi blankly stated as Sasuke glared at him before he felt a deathly presence beside his brother. Looking over Itachi's shoulder, Sasuke stared directly into the eyes that could even freeze his father like a statue if he was alive. His display of shock was soon replaced with utter infuriation at the scene before he was thrown behind the group, landing near Naruto, who was also angered by the unfolding scene. "You think you can just toss my friend around like that? I'll make you pay." Naruto had a hand sign ready and was about to summon shadow clones when Sasuke's voice interrupted him. "Don't get in the way, Naruto. And you. I guess your emotions truly clouded your judgment in the end, Aishana." When Sasuke mentioned her name, Naruto stopped in his tracks. "I think you'll find that my emotions cleared my judgment, Sasuke, but it's the other way round for you," Aishana mockingly said before removing her hat. "I'm sorry, brother, but you'll have to come with us." Aishana held her right arm out when suddenly, in a puff of smoke, Jiraiya appeared between them. "That's a very cruel thing to do, placing a Jinjutsu on such an innocent young woman." Jiraiya placed said woman down safely in one of the rooms before turning his attention back to the three. "So, you're the Akatsuki. I guess it would deal a great blow if I were to eliminate the three of..." Jiraiya didn't finish his sentence when he looked at the three and noticed Aishana's distinct red hair. "Stay out of this. This is my fight," Sasuke rudely stated to Jiraiya before charging another Chidori and running at Itachi again. "This attempt of showing superior power is pathetic even for you, Shinra Tensei," Aishana said neutrally before Sasuke was blown back. Itachi then walked up to him, and after saying something about him not ever having enough hate, placed Sasuke under its Tsukuyomi. Suddenly, the entire hallway was being covered in some kind of flesh. Upon further inspection, it was another barrier Jiraiya was creating to trap the three. "The toad stomach jutsu. You three aren't going anywhere." Jiraiya's jutsu was about to safely envelop Sasuke. Bansho Tenin. Aishana pulled Sasuke out of the jutsu into her grasp. "This curse mark is Orochimaru's doing, in an attempt to give Sasuke more than enough power to destroy you, Itachi. In that case, I'll give an added effect to this mark, metal-style corroded molten ceiling." Aishana lifted her left hand in the air, and as it started creating a blackened smoking, she slammed it down on Sasuke's shoulder. "What have you done to Sasuke?" Naruto shouted from across the hall. "Gave him a little parting gift. Anytime he uses the curse mark's power, his eyes will slowly lose theirs," Aishana said as she threw Sasuke toward Naruto and walked behind Itachi and Kisame. "Sorry, Master Jiraiya, but we must be going." Aishana raised her left arm, and a rift formed behind her, effectively surprising Jiraiya and Naruto. "No, I'm not going through that thing," Kisame protested by staying outside. "Of course I should have expected that. Kishioma, if you could help out." The giant king cobra jumped out of her sleeve and wrapped around Kisame, while Aishana still held its tail and yanked them both in before the rift started closing. When they reached the exit, Kisame was completely dazed and out of it for a few moments, more than enough time for Aishana to have a shouting fit at Itachi. Are you seriously trying to be so reckless? You know what happens when you excessively use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Aishana basically screeched in his ear as anger was pouring purely from each word. I'm not the only one overusing my powers for display, Itachi retorted, but that only seemed to intensify her flames. Unlike you, I don't have a price to pay for using my eyes recklessly. You, on the other hand, could go blind or even die if you push them too far. I won't allow you to die on me. Got it? Aishana's voice was starting to hitch by this point. I get it. I won't go too far with my eyes. Now tell me what that seal that you put on my brother was. Itachi demanded. If you should know, I made it up about the seal destroying his Sharingan if he uses its power too much. The seal is a tracer. Eventually your brother is going to seek Orochimaru out, so he can get the power he's after to kill you. My thoughts, why not let his desire for power be the end to both of them? I know you really let him live because you couldn't bring yourself to kill him, but he keeps going on this path, then his quest for vengeance will quickly turn into a hunger for power. Mark my words, Itachi. Aishana got up close and personal with him. I'm taking these steps to keep you with me. If I lost you, then what would I do? Aishana then wrapped her arms around Itachi, holding him in a tight embrace. Why are you acting like this so suddenly? Itachi, while quizzical at her current actions, still returned the gesture. Isn't it obvious? Because I love you, Itachi. And even though you can't see it, we can still have a life outside the Akatsuki. Aishana said as she tightened her grip on him. However, before she go any further, Kisame interrupted them after he shook off the dizziness. When you two lovebirds are finished, we need to get going. Kisame blankly stated as the two separated. Huh, I thought you would have at least been unconscious. I haven't got the hang of transporting multiple people through those rifts. Last time, I thought Sasori's Hiriko puppet was going to be torn apart. Aishana mockingly tried to drop Kisame out of his thought pattern, only for it to fail completely. Well, we all made it out of there intact, so we should get going, or are you two going to be standing there forever? Kisame smirked as Aishana's right eyelid twitched. If not for you being on our side, I would have fried you to a crisp. Aishana's threat, however, landed on deaf ears as he began walking. We'll pick up from here another time. Come, Itachi. Aishana also began to wander off with Itachi beside her. Chapter end. Chapter start. A little over 3 months had gone by, and after that time Aishana had assumed that Anko had by this time given birth to her and Gakuro's children, however many there were inside her. She had even noticed Sasuke try to defect from the village when she felt the seal she placed on his curse mark try to take effect. Unfortunately, as she tried to use him to find Orochimaru, the seal slowly faded to nothing, meaning the snake was using some new addition to his curse mark. That in turn meant she lost Sasuke, and her only way of putting an end to Orochimaru once and for all. What added more sadness to her state was when she discovered that Itachi had an illness slowly spreading, but she knew there wasn't much she could do just yet. Not until she was able to learn how to use all 6 paths of a Rinnegan. To do that, she made an interesting decision. Aishana walked around one of the hideouts to the living quarters she knew Conan stayed at. Conan, are you awake? The door was answered a while later, making Aishana realize Conan was sleeping in this time. I am now. Do you need anything? Conan asked in her usual manner of voice. I was wondering if we could talk. I know what our organization means, but I need our leader's help. Aishana said as she walked into Conan's living quarters and noticed how clean they were compared to the many times she had to find her way through Anko's room. What would you need Lord Payne's help for? Conan closed the door and continued back over to a chair she had. I think we both know why. Lord Payne evidently has the Rinnegan, and I want to know how to unlock and use the other 5 paths as I only have control of the Deva path. Aishana looked toward Conan, who sat down beside her. I see. If you want to know how to use the Rinnegan side of your eyes to their full potential, then there's something you'll need to know first. Follow me. Conan stood back up and motioned for Aishana to follow her. So why do you want to know all of the paths? Some are more of a problem to the caster than to those it's aimed at. It's because there are some things I would like to protect, my brother and I may be on different sides, but we have the same heart. Aishana blurted out and instantly covered her mouth after realizing what she just said. In other words, you want to use these paths as a means to protect Itachi, don't you? Conan responded with a smile, while Aishana just looked dumbfounded at her before growling slightly. How did you know that? Aishana continued to stare at Conan, but it was starting to become a glare by this point. How I know doesn't matter. What does is that I'm going to hold on to your little secret as long as you hold on to ours. Conan and Aishana continued walking down the halls and soon out of the hideout. So where exactly are we going? Aishana continued staring as they walked further from the hideout. The one place where the Akatsuki is welcome. It's also where it was created. The Hidden Rain Village. It's there we'll find what you need to see. Conan answered. The Hidden Rain Village, that's quite a distance. I think we should just use a rift. Aishana said as her left arm was raised and ready. No, I think we should use this journey as a chance to talk. Wouldn't you agree? Conan stated, which Aishana responded by lowered her arm and resumed walking beside her. If that's the case, then what is it you want to talk about? Aishana looked over her shoulder to Conan, who was currently thinking of a topic. She soon came up with an option. Let's start with how you have those eyes. Conan asked, as she was extremely interested in how Aishana's eyes were more powerful than Payne's. I was born with the potential to have these eyes just like my brother. The difference being is that I awoke mine at a very young age, and they were drastically different to his. It was over time that I started wondering what they could do, but I never had anyone who could show me. Even my brother didn't know how to use all the paths back then. My Rinnegan changed to these when I found out the truth about Itachi's clan and felt enraged. That's as much as I can tell you. Aishana explained in detail as the pair continued to the Hidden Rain Village. They had a few other discussions like how Conan was able to become paper and so on. Finally, they reached the Hidden Rain Village, and in doing so, the first person they saw was Payne. What reason do you have bringing her here? Payne pointed toward Aishana. She would like to train to use all 6 paths of the Rinnegan, but in order to do that, we need to speak with someone. The real you. Conan's statement caught Aishana completely off guard. What do you mean the real Payne? I thought this was him. Clearly befuddled about what was going on, Aishana started thinking up possibilities of the situation. Follow us, and you will know what I mean, but none of this ever leaves the village. Got it. Conan then resumed walking alongside Payne, while Aishana followed slightly behind them. Soon they made it to the tallest building in the village, where Payne walked off to one of these pods, which already got the creep factor rising in Aishana's mind. The two then walked into this storage room where they saw someone else entirely. This is the real pain. Conan pointed to a red-haired male inside some strange machine with giant metal rods impaled in his back. Conan, why did you bring her here? The figure asked in a husky and almost pained voice. Conan just stared at him for a few seconds before answering. Aishana here would like to know how to use all 6 paths of the Rinnegan. Conan stated at the figure who was currently sensing something similar about Aishana. Your chakra seems almost alike to a cousin of mine. I believe his name was Gakuro Uzumaki. Aishana's eyes widened at what the figure just said. You knew my big brother. That would mean you're my cousin as well. The figure sighed at this revelation Aishana gave him. So you should know who I am, right? Aishana only shook her head before answering. I'm sorry, but Gakuro never told me about you. I don't know why he wouldn't, though. Guess it's another thing he tried to keep me safe from. Aishana said to the figure who looked down for a few seconds before raising his head again. I'm Nagato Uzumaki, otherwise known by the Akatsuki as Pain. Nagato said as the two stared each other down. Nagato, your eyes are exactly like Gakuro's. Why is that? What Aishana said took Nagato back. When I last saw Gakuro, he never had the Rinnegan. How did he get it? Nagato asked. He unlocked it somehow after a group of raiders attacked us in the ruins of our house. Since then, things have been extremely crazy. He's now the current Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Aishana said while trying not to stare at the terrible condition Nagato was in. I see. Anyways, you wanted to know how to unlock and use all 6 paths of the Rinnegan. To tell you the truth, they aren't unlocked through training, unlike the abilities with the Byakugan and the Sharingan. The Rinnegan's abilities unlock and appear to the user at random. Sometimes they may not even appear at all, Nagato said as he looked down again. Aishana, however, wasn't going to give up so easily. Then how are you able to unlock all 6 paths? If what you said is true, then you wouldn't be in any condition to use all of them. Aishana responded in a serious tone, catching a glare from Conan, but an unsurprised look for Nagato. I only unlock them. The 6 paths of pain each use one of those paths. I unlocked all the paths after I was overcome with pain and hatred from our friend being killed. He is now one of the paths of pain. Aishana only had a horrid expression upon hearing what Nagato said last. Well, that is quite discomforting, but if that's how you achieved all 6 paths, then it's going to be a long time before I achieve them. There's no need for me to be staying anymore. Goodbye, Nagato, Conan. Aishana opened a rift behind her before disappearing. She says it will be a long time, but there was doubt in her voice. She might someday come to know the same pain as us. Nagato said in a sorrowful to Conan, who was standing beside him. Let's just hope that day isn't soon. Her eyes are more powerful than anything we've seen. She may even outmatch Madara if that happens. Conan stated before walking off. I take it you'll already be deciding our next move. Indeed, was all Nagato said before Conan left. The months that followed were increasingly boring as Aishana had been on 3 missions, 2 of them with Sasori and Deidara, and she could do nothing but groan at their never-ending argument. The last one had to be with Kakazu and Haiden. After having to deal with an hour of his profane groveling, Aishana decided to let a chain snake wrap around and burn Haiden's mouth. All of this wasn't doing Aishana any good as she was growing increasingly tired of this. That was until she was given a mission and paired up with Toby, the unofficial member of the Akatsuki. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I wish I was paired up with Deidara, though. No offense, Ayisana. Toby said in excitement as he looked over his shoulder, though Aishana couldn't tell exactly where he was looking because of his mask. None taken, Aishana said sarcastically before wondering something. Toby, you always seem so jumpy and almost too innocent to be a criminal. So what did you do? Toby was taken back for a while before coming up with an answer. You know this and that. It's nothing really that important. So what's our mission? Toby asked after quickly dodging Aishana's question, easily getting an annoyed expression from her. Our mission is to assassinate a high-ranking military official in the Hidden Stone Village. I don't know why it would have any implications on them, as they would easily find another to replace him, assuming you don't get in my way. Aishana snapped the last part at Toby. Toby is strong, you'll see. Toby responded as he tilted his head at Aishana. Stop talking about yourself in the third person. It gets irritating over time. You better be as strong as you say. If not, then I'll not hesitate in tossing you into the void dimension. Aishana threatened and reinforced it by holding out her left arm. Toby will show you he is strong. The two continued on the pathway to the hidden stone. Soon the pair entered with little suspicion, which came as a surprise to Aishana. How do people not search us here? We're wearing Akatsuki cloaks, and you're also wearing a mask. How does none of this send alarm bells through the village? Guess word hasn't gotten round about what we did in the Hidden Leaf Village. Aishana kept looking before deciding it was for them to split up. That was quite a relief. He must be quite a motor mouth. Maybe that's why he got kicked out of his village, because he wouldn't shut up. Aishana thought as she started asking people if they knew where she could find the official. It took around half an hour, but she found the answer she was looking for and made her way over to her destination and knocked on the door. Yes, who's there? An elderly sounding man asked before he was grabbing the handle of the door. Just someone who would like to talk. May I come in? Aishana asked politely, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Soon the door opened, and the man gestured for her to enter. So what can I help you with? The elderly man asked as he looked at Aishana. Are you by chance a high-ranking military official with cunning field strategies? Aishana asked again in an uncommonly innocent tone. And if I am, why do you want to know? The elder asked as he started feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. Because you're just the person we've been looking for. Kishioma, your meal's ready. As Aishana spoke, she raised her right arm. When she finished, the elder didn't have any time to react when Kishioma pounced out of her sleeve, instantly biting down on his neck before slowly eating him. When it had finished its meal, Toby had finally entered the house. Took you long enough, Toby. This job wasn't merely as entertaining as our leaders set it out to be. Come on, let's return before I find something else to occupy my time in this barren live village. Aishana simply opened a rift, which led to a few miles outside the village borders. So now where do we go? Toby asked as he jumped out of the rift. Back to the hideout before any stone shinobi start going crazy. Aishana started walking off as she released a sigh of irritation at how Toby was currently acting. Nagato, the next time you put me on a mission with this child, I'm not going to be happy. Aishana thought as she ignored another yell from Toby when he stubbed his left foot on a rock. 2 days passed, and the pair finally made it back home. The first thing most of the Akatsuki noticed was how Aishana looked like she had been through a sandstorm. Itachi also noticed that she was completely out of it. Hey, look, Little Red had some trouble in one mission. Serves you right for burning my mouth, bitch. Haiden cackled, but unknowingly pushed her over the edge. Kishioma, you finally get the meal wand. Aishana raised her right arm outward and aimed at Haiden. You bitch, was all Haiden could say before the giant snake launched out for her sleeve and wrapped around him, then biting down on his shoulder. Aishana just continued to stagger to her quarters. However, Itachi followed her at a safe distance, not that it would do any good. As she reached her door, she sensed his chakra. Itachi, do you really think anyone can hide from my eyes? Just show yourself, because I'm not in the mood to go looking around. Itachi made himself known as she looked in his direction with strained eyes. I've never seen you like this before. What happened during the mission? Itachi stood directly in front of her before they entered her quarters. It wasn't during the mission, it was the trip back home. Toby has more energy and is more uncontrollable and immature than Naruto was. He kept talking and jumping about, as well as boasting his abilities in missions I know he's never been on. He even talked like crazy in his sleep. I just need some rest, Itachi. Aishana said in an exhausted tone before slumping onto her bed. I'll just be leaving then. Itachi stood up and walked out of her dorm in time to see Kishioma slither back in with a satisfied hiss. As much I'd want him to stay, I'm just too tired to argue about it, Aishana said before burying her head into her pillow and out cold almost instantly. Meanwhile, Itachi continued walking down the hall as he was met with Haiden yelling at the top of his lungs. He saw the large burn mark outlining, as well as a piece of his flesh missing. Where is that damn snake? I'm going to kill it. Haiden continued shouting as he was clutching the missing portion of his shoulder. 1 year later. To say things were always up and down would be a server understatement in Aishana's books. Even though the missions were mostly easy, to complete, the upside as to why was because she was more frequently being grouped with Itachi and Kisame. However, during one of them, she felt the presence of a seal she never knew she'd find again. The presence was extremely faint, but it was there. After the mission, she decided to have a talk with Conan and Pain/Nagato. Conan, I may have stumbled onto something, Aishana shouted as she slammed open the door to Conan's quarters, unknowingly catching the paper angel while she was only half dressed. Aishana, knock first before barging in here. Conan semi-calmly scolded Aishana before quickly getting her Akatsuki robe on. Now, what have you stumbled onto? I believe I may have Orochimaru's possible current location, Aishana said as she shook herself out of what she had previously seen. If what you say is true, then we'll get a team ready to go with you, Conan said before Aishana shook her head. No, I'm not letting anyone get in my way of killing the Snake Sannin. I'm also much stronger than half of the Akatsuki members put together, so I need to be grant permission to go now before I lose him again, Aishana explained frantically. Very well. As the second in command, I approve of your request. Now, go quickly. As soon as Conan finished, Aishana quickly opened a rift and jumped through it. On the other side, Aishana fell through, however, it was night out, almost midnight in fact, but she sensed a ridiculous amount of chakras. One of them she knew and detested all too well. Sasuke, Orochimaru's favorite new lackey. I'm not surprised I'd find you here. Aishana also noticed that he was incapacitating the other chakras, so she decided to use a long-range Jinjutsu and warp her chakra signature to match the others. Sasuke kept knocking the escapees out while Karen was spotting where each one was. Sasuke, there are only 3 left. However, one's made it quite far. Karen screamed out as Sasuke knocked another to the floor. 2 left, Karen behind you. Sasuke yelled before pushing Karen out of the way before countering the second last one's attack and hitting him over the back of his head, knocking him out. 1 left, but this one's quite far, however, ever it stopped. Almost as if they're mocking us for missing them. Karen looked over to the direction the signature was coming from before Sasuke grabbed her and took off in the same direction. Then we must close the gap while they think they've escaped, Sasuke said as the two were speeding through the forest. Aishana noticed their chakras closing in on her and decided to use another Jinjutsu to appear as a person who escaped one of Orochimaru's cages. There she is, a red-haired girl called out while Sasuke drew his blade ready to charge at her. There's no escape, Sasuke said before dashing toward her. For you, Sasuke, almighty push. Aishana raised her right arm up and sent Sasuke flying back to the other redhead. In doing this, she effectively deactivated both her Jinjutsus, and the girl was the first to notice while Sasuke was getting back up. Sasuke, look, she's different now. It must have been a Jinjutsu. As the girl finished speaking, Sasuke looked back over and his eyes widened before narrowing with pure anger. You? How did you find me here? Sasuke spat as his hatred was seething out of every word he said. The seal on your curse mark. You were just a tracker to find Orochimaru. Now, as much as I'd love to play with you and your new friend, I'm afraid I have something more important to do. So step aside. Sasuke, who is this woman? And why do you think you can just walk over Sasuke like that? The redhead shout to Aishana. That girl is another person who I will destroy if she's done what I hope she hasn't. Her name is Aishana Uzumaki, and she's in love with my traitorous brother. Sasuke said with the same level of resentment toward Aishana while the other girl gasped at the mention of her last name. Then I guess you'll have to try and kill me, because as of a few months ago my name is Aishana Uchiha, teammate and now proud wife of Itachi Uchiha. Now, where's Orochimaru? Aishana's speech easily hit every nerve in Sasuke's body, causing his anger and hatred to flare up. Then you'll die too. Stay out of this, Karen. She's not someone you want to get involved with. When Sasuke mentioned the name Karen, Aishana temporarily froze. Karen, is that really you? Aishana asked with concern in her voice. How do you know my name? I wouldn't know anyone by yours. Karen shouted while Aishana subconsciously blew Sasuke back when she noticed him getting too close. Of course you wouldn't remember. You were only an infant when Mom left with you. Karen, you're my baby sister. If only Gakuro could see you now. Karen was taken back, and even Sasuke stopped in his tracks when he noticed the similarity between the two. However, that was short-lived when Karen spoke back. I don't care if you were my sister. You made a mistake becoming an Uchiha with someone as monstrous as I've heard about Itachi. Sasuke can kill you for all I care. Sasuke resumed his attack again, this time creating a Chidori blade. Metal style, great molten tide. Aishana spewed out a giant wave of boiling hot molten over the field, causing Sasuke and Karen to retreat. Aishana suddenly noticed that Orochimaru's presence was never here and silently cursed before leaving the area. Unbeknown to her, Sasuke and Karen were watching from the edge of the forest, safe from the molten death trap. As Aishana returned, she could only punch the nearest wall she could find. Every time I get close and he disappears, they don't give him the name Snake for nothing. Aishana groaned as she entered her quarters. Next time, you'll not get away. 1 year later, and Pain had decided the Akatsuki was done wasting time and needed to start collecting the tailed beasts as quickly as possible to achieve peace between the five nations. In doing so, they had Sasori and Deidara go off to collect the one-tails while Aishana acted as a support from long range now that she had control of certain pieces of the Azura path, allowing her to create black rods and launch them with her Deva path. However, she was hitting a slight barrier now as she felt her chakra acting weirdly and couldn't shake this drowsy feeling coming over her the last few mornings. Nevertheless, she continued with her mission and successfully aided in bringing down the guards posted at the gate before waiting for Sasori and Deidara to get their goal down. While waiting, she felt her chakra shiver slightly. When this mission is done, I might need to see a doctor. It has been just over 3 years since I last saw one, and a lot can happen during then. Aishana quietly said before Kishioma slithered out of her and stared. You must know something that I don't, Kishioma. If only you could talk, then you could tell me. Aishana said quietly while looking out to nothingness as she continued to lie on one of the wall's ledges before turning over to look at the sky. Suddenly, she was shaken out of her day, dreaming, when she heard a series of explosions. Deidara is showing off again. Why am I not surprised? Just hope he doesn't waste time or make too much of a mess. Aishana kept looking out at the sunset before she heard sand whistling through the air at ridiculous speeds. Sounds like they've drawn out the one-tails Jinchuriki. Now how long before they capture it? While Aishana was contemplating, Kishioma decided to try and tell her why her body was acting up. Hey Kishioma, why are you doing that? Stop it. Aishana said quietly as Kishioma kept nudging its head against her stomach. What? Do you think I'm sick or something? That would explain why I've been feeling drowsy, but not my chakra acting up like this. Aishana completely went over what Kishioma was getting at. But before it could make another attempt, a large explosion shook the entire rock face, causing Aishana to jump up to the top and see what was going on. Of course you'd go overboard, Deidara. To prove your art is the greatest, you'd even try to destroy entire populations. You better not have killed the Jinchuriki, or Sasori's going to have fun turning you into a puppet. Kishioma only nodded its head a couple of times at Aishana's comment, before making another attempt at convincing Aishana of its suspicions by leaping back into her robes to its usual spot, but this time wrapping a little tighter around her stomach. OW, Kishioma, what's your deal today? You've never acted like this before, so stop. If Kishioma's eyes had pupils, then Aishana would see them rolling in frustration as she kept ignoring what it was trying to point out. After an hour of waiting, Aishana met by a grinning Deidara and an annoyed Sasori. About time you two showed up. I thought the shinobi here killed you too, Aishana said before reaching into her robe to pat Kishioma in an attempt to calm it down. The village was captivated by my true art, Deidara said as the three walked out into the desert. And by art, you mean a series of fireworks that spectacularly failed to do any major damage. Aishana retorted before earning a slight chuckle from Sasori and a furious glare from Deidara. Those were not fireworks. They were creations of true art. Aishana only rolled her eyes at the foreshadowing comment. Here we go again, was all she could say before Deidara continued. True art is a solitary moment of brilliance. It is an explosion. Deidara shouted to the skies. Art comes in many different forms and is perceived differently by the viewers compared to the artist. That being said, there is no true form of art other than imagination. I created Kishioma and many other things like him, but I don't consider my metal sculpting skills true art, Aishana said with a little emotion put behind it. That's because your art is not a solitary flash of greatness. Deidara's first response was Kishioma sticking its head out of the collar of Aishana's robe as it had given up telling her. Actually, I can make my creations explode if I put a superheated molten core inside them. So my creations can be eternal or solitary depending on my choice. So if there ever was a true form of art, mine would be it. This response only caused both the art nuts to glare at her, as her metal creations were a combination of both their art. However, Deidara quickly shifted from a glare to an interested look. A masterpiece of art that can be both immortal and solitary. I should try to use that for my super ultimate art, Deidara said with enthusiasm before closing his eyes in thought. A super ultimate art. This is going to be good to see. Aishana stopped dead in her tracks after speaking. What's the matter with you? Sasori asked as the two turned to face her. We've got company following us, only one unit for some reason, but we shouldn't waste time. Judging by his chakra, he's a puppeteer. Guess that means you're up, Sasori, Aishana said as she and Deidara continued walking to their destination. I won't keep you waiting too long, Sasori said in a hazy voice thanks to wearing Hiriko. After their brief interruption, the three finally made it to their destination where they began preparations. Well, this is where we part ways, you two. Take care. Aishana then opened a rift, which led her to a rocky land formation where Itachi and Kisame were seated. So I take it things went off without a hitch, Aishana, Kisame said before turning back to face the emptiness of the sea. More or less, Deidara seriously needs to tone it down. He nearly killed everyone, including the target and us, Aishana said before taking her seat next to Itachi. We're being summoned. The ritual has begun. The three materialized on each finger statically before they concentrated to extract the one-tail's chakra from its Jinchuriki. As they were about halfway through, they were told there were shinobi from the sand and leaf nearing their position. Itachi, Kisame, Aishana, can you three buy us the time we need? Pain called out to the three. If the substitutes are ready, then we'll take care of things. With that, the three disappeared. Nearing a cliff face toward the hideout, 4 people were seen. Those 4 were Kakashi Hitaki, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sand Elder Chiyo. As the 4 neared, they were stopped as Itachi and Aishana's substitutions landed in front of them. However, Aishana's landed behind Itachi's, so they did not see it. I'm afraid we cannot allow you to pass this point, Itachi said as the group prepared to fight them. We're not leaving until we get Gaara back. Naruto growled before summoning a shadow clone and began creating a Rinnegan. You misunderstand the meaning behind our actions, baby brother, but they will soon be clear, Aishana said as she stepped out of Itachi's shadow, causing Naruto to stop his Rinnegan. Sis, why would you accept doing something like this? Naruto asked, carefully choosing his words, as he knew better than to tap her anger. Sometimes sacrifices must be made in order to create peace, just like the Uchiha massacre, Aishana said, knowing none of them would listen properly and understand why Itachi killed them. Then you know Sasuke has been training to be strong enough to kill Itachi and restore the Uchiha clan. Even if we went with Orochimaru, but we will get him back, Naruto said as he looked on at the pair before noticing their ring fingers. You will get Sasuke's body back. He will fail to kill Itachi, as I will not let him anywhere near, Aishana yelled back before raising both her arms at Naruto, and a pair of chakra rods began to appear from her hands. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed to be steaming as his eyes went red. So even with my brother's help, he still can't fully control the nine tails inside him yet, Aishana thought as she quickly dodged Naruto's attack and repelling Sakura before she could land a hit, as she noticed the extreme level of chakra enhanced strength. This continued to go for a while before Itachi's substitute soon caught Naruto in a Genjutsu, as Aishana's was constantly halting every attack Sakura made on the pair. This advantage didn't last, as Sakura and a Sand Elder released Naruto from Itachi's Genjutsu, and he ran at the pair with full force. As Aishana's substitute was about to use a Molten River, the real Aishana felt her chakra jitter and a headache ensue again. That momentary loss of concentration was enough time for Naruto and Sakura to take the substitutes down. Damn it, I thought we could have bought more time. At least Kisame's still having fun. Aishana looked over at Itachi, who seemed unusually concerned by something. Aishana, I noticed your chakra was acting up back there. Mind telling me what's going on? Itachi continued to gaze at her. I don't yet know what's going on, but once this mission is finished, I'll go and find out. When Aishana finished speaking, Kisame returned to their spot after using his substitute up. Do you think we bought them enough time? Kisame asked as he looked at the two. We'll have to see, won't we? Aishana went back into the chakra Ling Pain had set up and saw the One Tails was near completely extracted, so they helped speed up the process, and after a few minutes it was done. Gaara of the Sand, the fifth Kazekage, and the One Tails Jinchuriki was no more. Eventually, after saying their final words, they dispersed. Well, that was time-consuming. Now I need to find a doctor to explain why my chakra has been jittering. Before Itachi could voice his opinion on going with her, she had already walked through a rift and ended up in the Hidden Rain Village. Now, if I am correct, then the building most likely to be the hospital would be beyond me. Aishana just dropped her head in shame as she slumped on a wall before noticing a couple walk by her. One of them looked like she was ready to pop. Excuse me, but do you know where a medical clinic or hospital is? Aishana asked the couple. Yes, we're heading to a hospital now, actually, the woman said as she and what Aishana suspected to be her husband, continued to walk toward the hospital with Aishana following. So, I'm guessing you do soon. The woman only rubbed her swollen belly and smiled at Aishana as her first response. 2 days before my due date, actually, so we're going there preemptively, the woman said before they stopped at the hospital entrance. Well, I'll be waiting for an appointment. See ya. Aishana left to set her problem to the reception desk and sat in the waiting room for an hour while Kishioma was again tightening around her waist again, still in a vain effort of communicating with her. Aishana Uchiha, the doctor will see you next, the receptionist said before returning her attention to her papers. Aishana stood up and continued to the room her doctor was waiting in. You're Mrs. Uchiha, am I correct? You seem different to the Uchiha's mentioned appearance. The doctor looked at Aishana, namely her blood-red hair. I'm the wife of one of the last remaining Uchiha. Aishana responded with an ominous look. I see. So what's the problem? The doctor asked while Aishana shook her head slightly. The last few days my chakra has been spiking like crazy, and I've also been feeling drowsy at times. Do you know what it could be? Aishana looked partially worried, but she tried to keep it unseen. Well, it is uncommon. Do you mind if I take a blood test just to see what the problem is? Aishana held her right arm out with her sleeve rolled up before the doctor extracted some blood and left to run the tests. Aishana just waited in the room for about half an hour while toying with Kishioma before ducking it back in her robe as the doctor returned. So after running the tests, I found no problem with your health. The doctor answered. Then why has my body been acting up like this? Aishana continued to stare at the doctor, hoping to find an answer. As I was doing the tests, I did find a reason to why your chakra was acting the way it was, and I must congratulate you. You are currently 1.5 months pregnant. Aishana's eyes widened ecstatically at this revelation. But I haven't had morning sickness or anything, so how can I be pregnant? Aishana asked in a shocked tone before staring down at her belly. That's the thing. Your body was somehow not able to get morning sickness, so it tried telling you through your chakra network. Aishana only now started to understand what was going on. I see, thank you. I should be going now. Aishana soon left the entire building before walking down an alley. So, this is what you were trying to tell me, Kishioma? The snake just popped its head out of the collar of her robes before nodding it slightly. Oh, I'm sorry I kept scolding you. I didn't know. Will you forgive me? Aishana took Kishioma's head in both her hands before hugging it gently, to which the snake gave an approving hiss as a response. I can't believe it. Wait, I need to leave before I make a scene. Aishana quickly opened a rift and jumped in without making an exit point and landed in this solitary dimension. That's better now. I can't believe I'm going to have a baby. I wonder if you're going to be a boy or a girl. This is so exciting, but that means I can't be a part of the Akatsuki if I go through with this pregnancy. I need to tell Itachi. Aishana, without any hesitation, drew open a rift, but with poor timing and aim in her disparity, she jumped through and instantly landed on top of Itachi. Ow, you could have been a bit better with your landing. Itachi groaned as Aishana quickly jumped off him and apologized. Itachi, could we talk some more private? Sorry, Kisame, but only Itachi needs to hear this. Aishana quickly reopened a rift and pulled Itachi in with her. So what do you need to tell me? Itachi looked into Aishana's eyes which were displaying a series of emotions. I found out what was going on with my chakra. Aishana said calmly while Itachi waited for the answer. And after Itachi asked, that was when she couldn't keep her excitement much longer. Itachi, I'm pregnant. Aishana nearly shouted in Riff's void and easily caught Itachi off guard. That makes me the father. Itachi stuttered at the start as the information was processing in his head, before everything finally made sense. I should hope so. You're the only one I'd ever let be that close to me. But you should know that because of this I can't be part of the Akatsuki anymore, as I'd be endangering our child. Aishana explained, but that didn't surprise Itachi. I guess that would be the case, but where would you go? Itachi looked back at her before she opened her mouth. Actually, I was wondering if there were any places only you would know about, but are still within walking distance of a town or something like that. Aishana looked back at Itachi, who quickly thought of one. There's an abandoned Uchiha shrine not far from a well-populated town, and that town doesn't know of the Akatsuki, so you go there without the fear of being recognized. Itachi then told her where that shrine was, and she quickly opened a rift to the location. Wow, this place is very spacious, but a little dark. Still, it's a shrine, so I won't change anything in it. Aishana walked over to sit on one of the benches in a prayer room. However, worry was evident on her face. Is something the matter? Itachi sat down next to her and held her right hand. I'm just a little sad that it's going to be quite lonely, and you don't seem to be getting any better. Aishana placed her left hand on Itachi's chest and felt the slight lumps in each breath he took. Life doesn't always go the way we want it to. I know you understand. Aishana nodded her head before taking Itachi's hand and placing it on her belly. Just at least try to live long enough to see our child born. That would mean a lot to me. Please. Aishana then cuddled herself around Itachi's arm. He just huffed in response to this action. That's not something I can promise. I don't know how much time I have left, but we can only hope it will be long enough to see our child. Itachi stood up and began to leave as he still had to meet with the rest of the Akatsuki, but he did make one final promise to see her at least once a month. A/N. So I did the math in my head, and if I got it right then, that would mean Aishana would be at least 3.5 months ahead of Kurenai. So if memory serves me right then in that episode when Kurenai has her checkup to see how her child is progressing, that would be about the same time Aishana is due. Just stating that out there. Keeping true to that promise, Itachi was there to see Aishana almost exactly on each month. Each time they reunited, Aishana was looking a lot bigger while Itachi's condition only got worse. It was quite a heartbreaking experience as Itachi was now beginning to breathe a little heavier as a result of his illness. However, when she was 7 months along, she decided to use her eyes to see just how her child was doing, only to be extremely surprised when she noticed multiple developing chakra patterns, as if on cue Itachi had arrived in time to see her surprised look. Is something the matter? Itachi looked at her and noticed the confusion in her face. I just looked to see how they were progressing. I just found out there is more than one growing inside me. Aishana's face quickly changed to absolute joy after figuring out just how many there were. And what would you say the number is? Itachi asked before Aishana took his hand and placed it on her swollen belly. You have 3 children growing inside me. I also noticed that your breathing is even worse now. If this keeps up, then there's a chance you won't be around to see them. Aishana's smile disappeared as she said that. She really wanted Itachi to see what were now their children be a part of this world, but fate was becoming very cruel to the couple. I know you have to leave soon. Take care, Itachi. Aishana tried to give Itachi a loving hug, but she found that quite hard to do with the beach ball-sized protrusion she had been growing. You do the same, Aishana. Itachi then left in a murder of crows, leaving Aishana once again alone. As she was 8.5 months through, she heard footsteps approach her in the shrine. But from the direction they were coming from and the chakra it emitted, she knew easily it wasn't Itachi. So, this is where you've been hiding after your departure. The voice was deep sounding, and Aishana immediately recognized it. Pain, or should I be calling you Nagato in private? How'd you find me? Only Itachi knows of this place. Aishana called out to the human puppet. You are a hard one to track, but we have our ways. Soon 5 more figures of similar appearance joined the Deva Pain. Now I would like to know why you deserted the Akatsuki. Pain asked before seeing her. I think this would be quite the evident reason. It wouldn't be a great idea for a mother-to-be to be fighting to retrieve tailed beasts. I hope you understand that, Nagato. The real you still has a heart, Aishana said while pointing to her oversized belly. The 6 Pains noticed this and without surprise or hesitation started to leave. We won't let anyone else know of your whereabouts. That will be a promise, the Deva Pains said. But before they could leave, Aishana asked a question that had been haunting her for nearly 2 years. Before you go, I have a question. That person with the mask, he sounds young, but his chakra has me conflicted as to who he really is. So could you answer that for me? Aishana looked at the 6 Pains. I hoped she could get what she was after. Only in time will you know who he is. With that unsatisfying answer, the 6 Paths of Pain disappeared, leaving Aishana's curiosity still working. Only an hour later did Itachi arrive, and Aishana told him exactly what happened. The final month was nearing its end for her, and she realized that Itachi wasn't here to see her, so this time, instead of waiting, she chose to go and find him. Standing up from where she was lying became a real hassle, as her center of gravity was increasingly hard to find. Not long left now, my children, and soon you'll be in a new world. And whether it's cruel or not, I will do everything I can to give you a lot of bright future. I promise. Aishana then started looking for Itachi and quickly found him in one of the other hideouts the Uchiha had near the Fire Nation borders. She opened a rift and quickly waddled in through it, ending up in the hideout next to Itachi, who was looking worse than ever. Itachi, you look terrible. What are you doing here? Aishana looked at the condition her husband was in before her, turned to face her. His eyes were beginning to dull as a result of using the Mangekyo too much. Sasuke will be here soon. He's found where I am, and he's gotten a lot stronger, Itachi said before coughing slightly. Aishana placed her hand on his left shoulder. You should get going. We don't know what will happen when he sees you carrying my children. Itachi looked at Aishana before she nodded and left as she felt Sasuke's presence closing in on them. She reopened a rift and landed next to Kisame, surprising him and the group Sasuke had assembled. Aishana, where on earth have you been, and why do you look like you've eaten an entire restaurant? Kisame never knew about why Aishana left until she opened her mouth now. Karen was suspicious as well at her supposed sister's current appearance. I had to leave Kisame. It was the only way I could safeguard Itachi and Ai's children. But they're still yet to get arrive. Aishana blankly stated, easily shocking Kisame, as well as Sasuke's team. Aishana could then sense the Uchiha's chakra clash and waver, suggesting their fight to the death had begun. While the Uchiha brothers fought, Kisame and the other hidden mist boy now named Suigetsu decided to have their own duel to pass time. As that was happening, Aishana decided to leave and head somewhere more secluded so she could try and calm down her children, as they knew just as much as her that Itachi was losing. Please just hold on a little longer. Aishana begged as she saw from the distance the intensity of the fight before seeing Itachi's Susanoo appear after huge bolts of lightning smashed down on his position. A giant white snake started to emerge from the curse mark on Sasuke's neck in response to the Susanoo, and to top it off, a replication of Orochimaru emerged from the snake's mouth in an attempt to kill Itachi, only to be hit with some sort of sword, which started pulling Orochimaru and the entire snake, as well as the curse mark from Sasuke into a gourd before Sasuke's figure started staggering back upon seeing Itachi still alive. That was quickly stomped from Aishana's heart when she saw Itachi cough out a huge amount of blood as he was walking toward Sasuke. Itachi's Susanoo started to break away as he got closer, which told her that he was out of time. That was even clearer when she saw his eyes were expended, his chakra was only flickering by this point. As she watched on, she saw his final attempt at getting Sasuke's eyes before his body ceased, and he slammed into a wall before falling to the ground. Elsewhere, a platoon of Leaf Shinobi was in a stalemate against Tobi when Zetsu made himself known. The battle is over now. Sasuke is victorious. Itachi Uchiha is now dead. White Zetsu said in an almost happy tone. Oh my, that was a shock. Kidding. Tobi's Vochi suddenly changed to a much more intimidating one. I knew for quite some time that Sasuke would defeat Itachi. Now we will be going. With that, the pair disappeared out of sight. Aishana, on the other hand, couldn't hold back the wave of emotions that hit her. You were meant to live, Itachi, not your deluded brother. Aishana continued to look on as Zetsu and Tobi appeared. Tobi collected Itachi's eyes and Sasuke's unconscious body, while Zetsu did the unthinkable and devoured Itachi's corpse. Soon she was completely overcome with anger at what those two did. So all this time, they wanted Sasuke to win. They hoped you'd die. Then I swear to kill Sasuke and remove the cursed fate of our family for good. Sasuke Uchiha will die by my hands. I promise you, Itachi Dash. Aishana didn't get to finish her sentence as an extreme pain went across her body, causing her to hunch over before she realized what was going on. No, why now of all times? Besides, you're 3 days early. Aishana had gone into labor when her emotions hit her after watching Itachi die. Fine then, but I'm not bringing you into this world in the middle of a forest. Aishana quickly ignored another contraction and opened a rift to the Hidden Rain village. Aishana was rushed to an emergency room in the Hidden Rain Hospital, and after about 15 HRs of screaming and expending energy, she managed to give birth to 3 healthy children, 2 boys and a girl. A few hours after resting the doctor, and a few nurses approached Aishana with her newborns in the nurse's arms. I'm guessing you already thought of names for them. The doctor asked. As Aishana turned to face the doctor, she noticed it was the same one who told her she was pregnant. I got a few ideas in mind for them. Aishana was then given her children a hold. One of the boys had a charcoal black hair, while the girl had jet black hair, and the other boy had a midnight red colored hair. For the boy with charcoal hair, I'm naming you Sueju. The other boy with a midnight red hair, your name's Aisho. And you, my little girl, you have some of your father's looks, so I'm calling you Achera. After saying the girl's name, Achera squeaked in happiness. So you like that name? I bet your father would have been overjoyed to see you three. Aishana cuddled the three in her arms while playing with Ichira's hair. So how long before I'm allowed to leave? Aishana looked away from her children and up to the doctor. Not for another day, or until you've at least regained enough energy to move around without any problems. The doctor stated blankly. So not too long, I hope. Aishana answered before closing her eyes and resting a little longer while her children were taken back to their beds. Over a day later, Aishana was back on her feet and walking about, so it was only natural that after signing some papers, Aishana and her newborns were allowed to leave. The only problem, she didn't know where to go. The Akatsuki is no longer an option, especially after seeing them collect Sasuke. Guess I could go back home. Let's just hope they will accept me back. Aishana looked back at her children, who were all in one of those special packs people use when they don't plan to stay for long. /N. I can't think of the actual name for them. If anyone could tell me what it is, that would be much appreciated. After 2 days of walking plus the added time of stopping at inns for some rest and feeding herself and her children, they finally made it to the hidden leaf borders. But as they stepped over, Aishana felt an extremely unnerving sensation. However, she ignored it and continued walking despite her children crying, as they were also feeling the same sensation. It's okay, you three. We're not far from home. But this feeling is quite familiar, almost exactly like, oh no, Naruto. The nine tails is seeping out of him. Aishana noticed the chakra pattern when she used her Rinnegan Sharingan to see what the feeling was. She quickly sprinted for a few seconds toward the hidden leaf village, momentarily forgetting about her children until Ichira began crying in discomfort. Upon hearing her, Aishana dead stopped. I'm sorry, kids, but my old home is in danger. However, I need to keep you safe too, so I'll take it more gently. Aishana then jumped up to a treetop where she noticed one of the toads of Mount Mayaboku lying crookedly in the ground. From the looks of it, he was thrown there. Near him, Aishana saw a team guy who were trying to figure out what was going on. Apparently, they had no clue either. As Team Guy were talking with the injured Gamabunta Niji, began to sense other chakras near them. We're not alone. There are 4 chakra patterns east of our position over there. Niji pointed over to a tree, which unfortunately was the same one Aishana was standing on. Without a second thought, Lee took off, assuming the chakra was hostile. Aishana noticed Lee sprinting toward her and realized he was going to attack. Shinra Tensei. Aishana propelled Lee back away from her before having to quickly evade an attack from Guy. You, was all Guy said before she forced him back as well. Aishana began to find this fight difficult. Not only was she fighting 4-on-1, but she was also being as cautious as possible, trying to protect her children. I don't have time for this. Shinra Tensei. Aishana forced all 4 of Team Guy away from her before quickly opening a rift and escaping. Guess home's still a no-go. We'll just have to go somewhere else, kids. Aishana then opened a rift to the land of iron when she automatically started shivering thanks to the cold. And in, we should be able to stay there for a while. Aishana was able to rent a room for at least a week until everything calmed down. During that week, everything was a mess on the Hidden Leaf's part. At the Hidden Leaf Village, everyone tried to calm down and recover from the madness that ensued 2 days ago. The Akatsuki leader, Pain, attacked from nowhere, and despite Gakuro's best efforts to stop them, the village was destroyed. Luckily, everyone was protected as a result of Tsunade's healing technique, but in doing so, she was rendered comatose after using up so much chakra. Gakuro basically crippled his chakra network and his leg muscles when he tried to counter Pain's Shinra Tensei with his own, and Hiruzen was seriously injured after nearly being crushed by fallen debris when he tried to get the other elders to safety. Naruto was able to show up not long afterward and eventually defeat Pain and become the hero of the village. Now, the village was trying to get back on its feet while the village heads tried to recover from their injuries. However, things didn't exactly go as planned when members of the Hidden Cloud Village requested a meeting with the Hokage. So, the villages are in agreement that a 5 Kage summit should be held by the end of this week to deal with the Akatsuki threat. Gakuro looked over the message with interest. Exactly, which is why you're being requested to attend. A woman by the name Samui said to Gakuro in a serious voice. Gakuro just looked over the message before coming to an answer. I would agree to these terms, but I can't make it to the land of iron in my current condition. Shizune, as much as I'm going to regret this, can you summon Danzo here? Shizune rushed off to find the Foundation leader, and within 15 minutes, he was standing in front of Gakuro. You requested my presence. Danzo answered as he looked over to the Hidden Cloud members beside Gakuro. A 5 Kage summit has been requested rather suddenly to deal with the Akatsuki, and as neither I nor Hiruzen are able to make the journey at this time, I'm asking you to fill in as an ambassador on my behalf. Gakuro gave over the Hokage headwear to Danzo before saying some final words before sending him off. I don't want you to say or do anything I wouldn't. Do I make myself abundantly clear? Danzo just nodded in response to Gakuro's statement before leaving with his 2 best guards in preparation for heading off to the Land of Iron. The Cloud Ninja left shortly after, leaving Gakuro to contemplate his decision while Hiruzen decided to speak. Are you sure about this decision? Danzo is extremely different to you or I. Gakuro only nodded in response to Hiruzen's comment. I just hope this decision isn't one that I will regret completely. Gakuro then decided to get some rest. As the days went on, the 5 Kage made their way to the Land of Iron and to the meeting place. Some of them were earlier than others, so they took shelter in inns across the Land of Iron. Unfortunately for Aishana, that Sachikage and his bodyguards entered in the same inn as her, and to make matters worse, their room was opposite hers. However, she didn't know this at the time as she had fallen asleep while feeding Sueju and Ichera. She was soon woken up by Aisho crying and noticed the other 2 had fallen asleep. Upon carrying those 2 back to their beds and picking Aisho, to comfort him, Aishana finally sensed that Sachikage's presence, but decided to remain hidden in plain sight as they didn't recognize her yet. She also began to sense the other Kage's chakras, including the Kazekage, which she found surprising, but she didn't sense her brother's chakra. Instead, she found Danzo's. Why would Danzo be here instead of my brother? He's not dead, but after everything I felt when I was near the Hidden Leaf Village, he could be injured. That doesn't explain why he chose Danzo of all people to be an ambassador to take his place. Aishana continued to wonder about this when the Kage and Danzo began to move to their location of their summit. Aishana had finally got Aisho to go back to sleep, and she waited patiently in their inn as the summit had started. She noticed the amount of samurai in the building and figured because they were neutral there would be no favoring any side. Nearly 2 hours had passed during the summit, and Aishana was about to fall back asleep when she suddenly felt an all-too-familiar chakra, one she hated with a burning passion. Sasuke, you have no right to be here after everything I've heard you have done. Now the tables are turned, and you will be the one to die. Aishana stood up and looked over to her children who were sound asleep. Don't worry, kids, I won't be gone long. I just need to remove a threat to us. That's all. Aishana then sensed all the chaos begins to ensue inside the building, then Danzo sneak out in an attempt to escape. This was later followed by Sasuke, who gave chase in the exact direction. So Sasuke is after Danzo. Maybe this could be my chance to be accepted back into the village. Guess I'm not leaving you behind after all. Aishana placed her children into the pack and got ready to move when she felt another presence in her inn. Toby, it's not polite to sneak up on people like that. Aishana's response was not what she expected, as his voice was completely different. I'm not Toby, I am Madara. All this time I thought you dead, and yet here you are. Whom do those children belong to? Madara asked while Aishana smirked from under her coat's collar. Take a guess. Aishana then propelled Madara away from her before jumping through a rift to safety. She began to open another rift to what was apparently a bridge where she saw Danzo face off against Sasuke and Karen with Madara watching from the distance. Aishana then noticed Danzo remove a brace lock on his arm to reveal 10 Uchiha Sharingan. As much as this surprised Aishana, it only served to infuriate Sasuke. Their battle continued for at least another hour or so before Sasuke managed to wear out the eyes on Danzo's before his chakra levels dipped and his arm began to grow into a tree, showing that he was trying to replicate the Izanagi. He soon removes himself from it in time to avoid another arrow from Sasuke's Susanoo before it disperses. He then ran over and caught Karen off guard before using her as a hostage. As much as I find you a coward, Danzo, you definitely take every advantage you can, Aishana said to herself before looking back at the whole scene. What she saw next was beyond enraging. Sasuke created a Chidori blade and stabbed it right through Karen and into Danzo. This action served as a trigger point to Aishana's fury as Danzo tried to escape Sasuke while bleeding out. Sasuke only had a sick grin as he slowly walked after him. Soon Danzo was caught on the middle of the bridge between Sasuke and Madara. Aishana had chosen this time to jump through another rift. Danzo, I'll be taking Shirsue's eye when you die, Madara said casually as Sasuke was about to kill Danzo. For the sake of the village, I cannot allow you two to live. Danzo was about to reveal a reverse tetragram seal when a black line appeared to his left before folding open as quickly as possible. An arm instantly reached out and grabbed the sleeve of his kimono before pulling him through, much to Sasuke's anger, as Danzo got away. "Where am I? How did I get her?" Danzo looked around and said between hazy breaths, "I pulled you through. You're my only ticket to getting us back to the Hidden Leaf Village." Aishana looked down at Danzo before realizing the condition he was in. She quickly summoned the King of Hell and chucked him into it for about 30 seconds before it spat him out, and he was back to near full condition, including his arm, which she was able to remember to recreate. "Why are you doing this for me?" Danzo again asked while discovering he was back to good physical welfare. "I'm doing this even though you were one of the reasons why Itachi had suffered for all that time. You still have some value to the Hidden Leaf besides. Killing you would be the easy way out, and as much as I hate you for what you made Itachi do, it doesn't come close to the amount of hatred I have for Sasuke, killing him before he could see them." Aishana turned her head to face her children while Kishioma was keeping guard of them. "Those are Itachi's children." Danzo looked from the three back to Aishana. "They are, and don't try anything while I'm gone. Otherwise, Kishioma might just have a meal. Don't take it as a threat, but a fact. I couldn't protect Itachi when it was needed, but I will not let my children be in harm's way." Aishana then opened a rift back to the bridge and instantly repelled Sasuke and Madara from her. "Sasuke, is it not enough that you would kill the last of your own family? Now you dare harm mine." Aishana subconsciously launched 3 chakra rods at Sasuke before summoning 16 white-hot chain snakes to attack him, all the while making her best attempt at trying to save Karen. Sasuke was still fighting off the chains as Madara slipped away. As they continued to fight, a voice could be heard from behind Aishana. The voice belonged to none other than Sakura Haruno. "Stay out of this, Sakura. This is between me and Sasuke. Finally, I will get my own back at you for stealing my husband from me, and in doing so will ensure my children's safety." Aishana yelled before creating more chakra rods, followed by an extra pair of limbs that turned into serrated blades. She also made a quick attempt to repel an Amaterasu. "If that's how you want to play it, then let me show you real fire. I lent and perfected this for my brother. Fire style, majestic white glassing inferno." Aishana took an incredible deep breath before jumping into the air to avoid any further attacks from Sasuke, and then released an immense wall of white fire, which Sasuke narrowly avoided as it engulfed and incinerated 2/3 of the bridge, and turning half of the river and ground beneath it to glass. Sasuke was beyond angered by the display of power she had over him. Suddenly, the rest of Team 7 made themselves known. Naruto was more than surprised to see Aishana facing off against Sasuke. Sasuke soon realized he was getting outnumbered, but refused to give in so easily, even with his eyes starting to go. However, he didn't have much of a choice as Madara returned and warned him about the overuse of his eyes before they both left. This left the remainder of Team 7 and Aishana in a confrontation. "Aishana, what were you doing back there?" Naruto looked over at his older sister. "I was getting my own back at Sasuke for killing Itachi. I'll explain the rest back at the village." Aishana opened a rift and motioned for the others to enter before she did. Once they did, they noticed Danzo waiting on a ledge, staring at Kishioma, still guarding 3 babies as they slept on a mattress with a gray blanket wrapped tightly on them, so they wouldn't roll over to a dangerous position. "So we are heading back to the village now. Aishana said before beginning to open another rift. Naruto, trying to get past Kishiyama to see her children, halted this. Sakura even took notice of this and was about to scold Naruto before she was caught by the curiosity of the children's appearance. "Hey sis, whose children are these? They look so cute." Naruto was about to try and touch them, but Kishiyama's protective side took hold again and it caught Naruto in a tight wrap. For someone who's meant to be the village hero, it hasn't made you any wiser. Those children are hers and Itachi's. Danzo said vaguely before Aishana had grown tired of the interruptions and opened the rift to the hidden leaf. She walked past Sakura and Naruto to collect her children. Kishiyama let go of Naruto and jumped back in her coat before it could cause any problems for her. As they exited, they were greeted with various looks and expressions. Most of the disposition was aimed at Aishana because of the past. Gakuro was by this point finally walking around again, thanks to using the King of Hell to repair all the damage he'd caused himself and even healed Hiruzen's injuries. As he walked out with the added assistance of one of his children, while the other was helping Hiruzen out, he saw Aishana standing alongside Team 7 and Danzo. "Aishana, why are you here?" Gakuro was surprised to see his younger sister again, and even more surprised to see her carrying another woman in her left arm. "Brother, I'm so sorry for everything that's happened these last 3 years. I had hoped you'd forgive me for what I've done." Aishana looked upset and was on the verge of crying her heart out when Gakuro grabbed her right hand before pulling her into a deep hug. "I'm your big brother. It's in my nature to forgive you, and I know you had reason behind your intentions. So who's this?" Gakuro looked over to the young woman in Aishana's arm before he noticed her eyes. "Oh, where am I?" Karen asked as she came round before hissing as the pain from being impaled hit her. "Impossible. Is that you, Karen? 17 years it's been, and I'd know it's you anywhere." Gakuro took Karen out of Aishana's arm before embracing his baby sister for the first time in over 17 years. "Who are you exactly?" Karen asked while feeling disturbed that a stranger was hugging her. "I guess you wouldn't remember. You're only a baby. I'm Gakuro Uzumaki, your big brother." Karen's eyes widened as an extremely vague memory reappeared of her as an infant being teased by Gakuro, who was playing with her hair. Once everything made sense, she passed out half from shock and the other half from pain. As Gakuro had her taken to the medical ninja, he turned his attention back to Aishana. Before he could make another move, he heard a squeak come from her coat. "Aishana, what was that?" Gakuro walked up to Aishana before looking staring at her. "That was probably one of my children. It appears as though they enjoy interrupting people. But I don't blame them. They've been asleep for the last 12 hours. Aishana removed her coat to reveal her children to Gakuro. "You tell me you kids' names, and I'll tell you mine." "That's how you playing it." "My son's called Akurai, while my daughter's named Mitsu." Anko decided to call her that because when she squealed after seeing her mother, Anko thought she was as sweet as nectar. Gakuro seemed slightly embarrassed after saying that when a purple-haired girl walked up to him before he picked her up. "Well, you told me theirs, now mine. The charcoal-haired boy is called Sueju in memory of Shursui. The midnight redhead boy is named Aisho because I couldn't think of anything else. And my only daughter's name is Ichira." Aishana pulled her children out of the pack and let Gakuro see them. "I'm not going to fail to protect them like I did with Itachi. This time, they'll be safe. I know you keep them safe. It's you we're talking about. Gakuro hugged his sister one more time before Karai, and Mitsu walked up to their auntie in hopes of seeing their cousins. Chapter start. A week drew by after Sensei Shauna was accepted back into the village, and she noticed just how much everyone was trying to recover in that short period of time. Unfortunately, Aishana couldn't do anything in terms of helping because of her responsibilities to her children, but she was at least going to see how everyone in the village were holding up. However, an observation lingered in the back of her mind. Something she noticed was out of place over the entire week. Her dango-addicted sister-in-law wasn't anywhere to be seen, but before she could dwell on it, she ended up passing Kurenai, who looked like she was only a couple of months off from being due. Aishana, I'm glad to know you're on our side again. You've changed so much in 3 years. Kurenai looked over into Aishana's Rinnegan with her own red eyes. I've changed a lot more than you think. I believe it's best if we talk about your current condition. Do you mind if I take a seat? Aishana was still gazing at Kurenai's swollen stomach as she took a seat. There's not much to know about what I'm going through. It's a shame I can't do anything to help out. If you ever have kids, then be sure to pick a safe time to do so. Before Kurenai said more, a squeak of discomfort sounded from Aishana's overcoat. I'd say it's a bit too late to warn me about that. Aishana carefully cradled Ichira out of a sling she was wearing for her. Ichira instantly looked Kurenai's way and made an attempt to smile. So, you're already a mother. I believe she's going to be very precious to you. Aishana smirked at this as she figured Kurenai was there when she returned to the village. She's not the only one. I had triplets. My 2 sons are asleep at home, and they are very heavy sleepers. Kurenai's eyes widened upon hearing that. So you're taking care of 3 by yourself. That's going to be tough. Who's keeping an eye on your sons? Kurenai asked while stroking Ichira's left cheek before noticing the faintly visible indents in her cheeks. I got Kishioma to keep an eye on them. He's really good with children. Sueju and Aisho have really taken a liking to him as well for being a pet and their protection. Ichira, though, is quite a light sleeper and is really attached to being with mommy, aren't you? Aishana slightly tickled Ichira's chest, earning a joyful squeal for her daughter before letting her grab her pointer finger. Kurenai just watched on in amazement at how much of a caring motherly role Aishana had for her children. Before she could ask another question, Hinata approached the 2 wearing her casual attire. Hey, Hinata, look how much you've matured. Do you still have an interest in Naruto? Aishana's first question instantly got Hinata blushing furiously, which was enough of an answer for her. Don't worry, Hinata. My brother will figure it out eventually. I just wish he could keep a balance between thinking with his head and his heart. I should be going. Sueju will probably be awake by now. As Aishana got up to leave, she noticed Ichira seemed to be reaching out a bit. Following the line her hands were aiming as she saw that her daughter wanted to meet Hinata. Guess I could stay a little longer. Hinata, Ichira wants to say hello to you. Hinata turned around to see the child reaching out to her. As she held the child, a smile crept on her when Ichira grabbed her free hand. She's cute and quite the brave one. Most children her age would shy away from strangers. Kurenai said before stifling a laugh as she watched a comical scene unfold. Ichiro was grabbing on to Hinata's jacket and wasn't letting go. But what was giving Hinata an embarrassed blush was that Ichiro was grabbing the area around her right breast. Soon she managed to hand Ichiro back to Aishana. Yeah, she's definitely got Itachi's childhood bravery. I wish you were here to see them and watch them grow up to be great shinobi one day. Knowing that he only wanted to keep the village safe, even with the hatred he got for killing his clan, he tried to take everything on himself, but there's only so much you can do alone. Aishana's looked back to Ichira and noticed the confused look on her face. I hope she has a bright future ahead of her. Hinata was about to turn her attention back to Kurenai before Aishana said one last thing. She's taken a liking to you. You've got a very kind heart, Hinata. I know when you have children, you'll be a wonderful mother for them. Aishana left shortly afterward back to her home. As she entered, she felt slightly discomfort, as though someone she knew was in trouble or was about to be. She placed Ichira down along with her two brothers before walking over to Kishioma. Can you keep an eye on them for a little longer? There's something I need to check out, okay? Before the snake could give a response, she had already opened a rift and left. Upon re-exiting the rift, she ended up just at the front gate of the Hidden Rain village, and she quickly noticed the aftermath of a battle in the water. This was given extra evidence when a piece of Madara's mask floated to her foot. So Madara, I'm guessing things didn't go according to plan with Nagato, so you chose to try and take his Rinnegan for yourself. Aishana was about to leave when she noticed a figure in the water. At first glance, she assumed it was Madara until she noticed the figure had straight blue hair. No, Conan. Aishana knew that it was too late to save Conan, but it didn't seem right for her body to just be lying there. So by acting in kindness, Aishana carefully picked up and carried Conan's body to where she knew her teammates were buried. Once there, her anger began to flare up as she noticed Nagato's body was missing while Yahiko's lay silently in the bed of paper flowers, as if he was at peace with his surroundings. That's when the answer hit her, and she realized what they tried to do. Conan, Yahiko, Nagato, I see now your intentions. You were trying to create an era of peace amongst the five nations. Your original way seemed like it would work as you intended to help and unify each village one at a time. But why stray from your path and choose this one that the Akatsuki recently had? Aishana continued to speak silently to herself for a little while longer before an idea snapped in her head, though to most people it would be absolutely crazy. I believe the Akatsuki needs to be bumped back on track and returned to its original intentions, how they were meant to be carried out. Metal style multi-steel sarcophagus. As Aishana clamped her hands shut, two cases emerged from the ground. She placed Conan's body inside one, while the other surfaced around Yahiko's. This step will be the first of many to follow. Aishana quickly desummoned the sarcophagus before opening another rift and leaving. When she returned home, it had almost been an entire day, and she noticed things were much quieter around the village. However, her sensory abilities located a mass formation of chakra far from the Fire Nation. So, it's official, the fourth great shinobi war has begun. I need to act fast then. She was about to open another rift when she sensed another more faint but unfortunately familiar chakra in a forest. So without a second thought, she opened the rift to that location and headed through. Once on the other side again, she had to rest a bit as she was really beginning to push that ability past her daily limits. After a few minutes rest, She continued venturing around the forest before noticing what looked to be a filled-in hole. Why would someone do something like this? Aishana placed one hand on the small mounts that protruded from the ground before that chakra became extremely potent. Talk about interesting. I didn't know they made graves for the immortal. Are they as comfort as people say? Haydn. Aishana couldn't help but have a go at the profane loudmouth. The delayed response she got was a couple of grunts indicating he may have swallowed dirt during his burial. I'm sorry, Haydn, were you trying to say something? Aishana's responses again were some muffled grunts, but this time they sounded angry. Is this a bad time to see, or in this case, not see you? I can come back later if you want. The next response this time sounded like a pleading series of grunts. All right, you don't have to act like that. I was only having you on. Bancho Tenin. All the dirt and rocks covering Haydn were lifted from him and set in a pile further from the hole. G's who cause you to explode in anger. Mind you, that's not had to accomplish figuratively, but literally is something else. Aishana failed at stifling a chuckle at her own statement, while the head of a dismembered Haydn glared at her. Yeah, very fucking funny. Now are you going to get me out or what? Haydn snapped back with a lot of venom before Aishana smirked at him. That depends. Are you willing to shut the profanity up until I've put my plan into action? Aishana stared back at Haydn while getting no answer. I guess that's something you're never going to do anyway. Metal style, living swarm. Haydn's parts were pulled out of the hole by over a dozen red-hot snakes. You're doing this deliberately, aren't you? Haydn's pained expression as he was being seared while being saved was more than enjoyable for Aishana as his head was dropped in her hands. And if I was, you could take being burned a little. Or are you just a big baby? Either way, I don't think you'll be of any use to me like this. Naraka Path, King of Hell. Suddenly, a giant head surfaced from the ground and opened its mouth. Wait, what are you going to do with that? For the first time ever, Aishana saw worry plastered over Haydn's face. You don't need to be scared, besides you be as good as new when it's finished. Before Haydn could utter a response, Aishana threw his head into its mouth while her chains followed sweet throw the rest of him in. Now, give it about 10 to 30 seconds and done. Right on cue, the King of Hell reopened its mouth and revealed a pale but fully intact Haydn. There, that wasn't so bad now, was it? Aishana mocked before desummoning the King of Hell for another time. Never send me back in there again. Haydn tried to threaten, but Aishana couldn't take it seriously. Well, don't get blown to pieces, and I won't have to, okay? Now that you're fixed up, I think it would be best for us to depart. I don't think you've noticed, but the fourth Great Ninja War is about to begin, and I need to find the rest of the Akatsuki if we're to stop what Zetsu and Toby aka Madara have set in motion. Aishana looked back at Haydn while he was getting used to moving about again and swinging his scythe. And why should I help you? Haydn's response was an instant mistake as Aishana quickly snapped her own back. If you don't want to help me, then I'll gladly seal you back in the hole, this time with molten instead of dirt. Aishana had her hands raised in anticipation. Guess I'm not really left with many options besides. I never really liked those two to begin with. Haydn seemed to finally cooperate with Aishana. However, she still needed to get a lot done before her plan could be complete. So, what now, Aishana? Haydn's response was Aishana, creating another rift before both of them entered it. Just wait here for a little while. There's something more personal I need to quickly get out of the way. Aishana quickly opened a rift beneath her feet and fell into her home before it quickly closed. The first thing she had for a welcome was Aisho crying wildly before Kishioma slithered onto her shoulder and stared at her. Yes, I'm sorry for being gone so long, but that's beside the point. The Fourth Great War is about to start, and they're going to need our help. Before we leave, I'm going to see if Kurenai can babysit them until we bring this madness to an end. Kishioma seemed to already be one step ahead of Aishana, surprisingly, as Aisho had stopped crying. Aishana, you realize it's bad parenting to leave your child alone, but given the current circumstances, I can see that it's necessary for you to leave. You don't need to worry about them. I'll make sure to look after them as best I can. Kurenai looked over to Aishana while cradling Aisho gently. Thank you, Kurenai. You're a lifesaver. You should be thanking your pet there. With how you walked about through the village, it was natural for him to be guarding your children. So when I saw him approach me, I knew something was off. You should be on your way. The sooner this war ends, the sooner you can come back to them. Aishana gave one last thankful nod before calling Kishioma into her jacket again and jumping into another rift. It's about time you returned. I thought you were going to leave me in here. Kishioma sprung out of Aishana's collar and stared coldly into Hayden's eyes for a few seconds. That thought had crossed my mind. Come on, we don't have time to waste. Chapter start. The Fourth Great Ninja War had finally begun. Immediately chaos ensued in some areas as White Zetsu appeared seemingly out of nowhere. From where Aishana had positioned herself, she could sense all the fighting between human and Zetsu. What aggravated her, though, were the chakra signatures of reanimated shinobi. All of the tags implanted within them were traced back to Kabuto, which meant she had an advantage. Had it been Orochimaru controlling them, things would have been tougher on her side. Come on, where are we going to be fighting? It's boring standing here while everyone's out there killing each other. Hayden growled further as he noticed Aishana was ignoring him. If you want to make yourself useful, then go outside and stand guard. I've got to concentrate, and it'd be much easier with silence. Aishana waited until Hayden left the mountain's cave before continuing. The day before, Aishana had noticed Kisame's chakra signature disappear. That night, upon investigating the area, she noticed Kisame's blood on the ground. While the shinobi on the island in charge of protecting the remaining 2 Jinchuriki were resting up, she quickly took a small vial of his blood and retreated to the mountain they resided in now. Now that he's not going to hinder my progress, let's get this first order out of the way, as the next is going to require a lot of energy. Metal style molten canvas. After weaving the signs, Aishana summoned a small pool of molten. She then dropped the blood from the vial in the pool and watched as it took the shape of a human mannequin of Kisame's physical appearance. Kishioma also watched on as the mannequin finished molding into shape before giving Aishana a questioning hiss. In a matter of speaking, you could say it's like the reanimation jutsu, but it's more of a preparation state if you want to bring them back but don't have enough of a body to do so. And as you can see, there's no need for a sacrifice. Now I need to concentrate for the next part. Aishana's last statement earned her another hiss from Kishioma as he wondered what she was going to do. It's simple, my dear friend, as if Kabuto would give up the chance to reanimate Akatsuki members he could get his hands on. I know a little trick with the reanimation jutsu, something only unique to me. It would never work against Orochimaru, but Kabuto is way more arrogant. He believes the reanimation jutsu is perfect. He's going to be in for a rude awakening when I hijack his control over the reanimated Akatsuki members. Aishana then focused her eyes to single out the Akatsuki members from all the other reanimated shinobi. By the time she finally found the last one, the sun had risen and Haydn was grunting in frustration of not having anyone to sacrifice. I've got all their locations now. Sasori and Deidara are the furthest away from us to the west and are about 15 minutes from making contact with the Allied recon unit. Kakazu is on the beachfront in preparation for a full-on fight with one of the battalions, and Nagato and Itachi are the closest, but why they are near an abandoned shrine, I have no idea. Aishana finished calling out every location as Haydn was leaning against a stalagmite in boredom. So what do you plan on doing now that you know where they are? Haydn raised his scythe slightly off the ground as if trying to intimidate Aishana if he got any further bored. Give me 5 minutes. You should be having something to keep you occupied very soon. I sense a platoon of Zetsu closing in on us. With that, Aishana began focusing her energy as Kishioma sprung out of her cloak before slithering up next, then past Haydn. Hey, they're going to be my kills. Don't get in the way. Kishioma just hissed as a response before the cracks on its molten body started to heat up, and it began growing to be around twice Haydn's height. Soon the white Zetsu began to appear and try to fight them, all the while Aishana was nearing completion of her plan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Reanimation jutsu. Control hijack. Aishana clapped both her hands together at the same time Haydn and Kishioma returned. With Sasori and Deidara. We should be near our targets soon. One of the other reanimated shinobi stated. Good, then we'll... Sasori was cut off when his and Deidara's stopped being forced to move temporarily before they were suddenly pulled in a different direction to the others. Hey, where are we going? What's Kabuto doing? Deidara shouted while his partner was equally confused by this turn of events. Deidara, I feel almost insulted that you'd call me Kabuto. I thought we all knew each other better. Aishana started projecting her voice into their minds. Aishana, what do you plan on doing with us? Sasori asked as the two continued where they were going. Once I get you all here, then you'll find out. With Kakazu, how long are we going to be waiting here for? I may have more patience than Sasori, but that doesn't mean it's infinite. Change of plans, Kakazu. You're being redeployed. Aishana's voice sounded through his head before his reanimated body suddenly jolted off from the rest of the company. Where are you taking me? Kakazu asked suspiciously as his body continued away from the battle. You'll find out when you're there. Until then, be quiet because this jutsu is hard to maintain even for someone like me. Aishana cut her voice from his head before she zeroed in on the last two. With Nagato and Itachi. Nagato was currently in no condition to properly walk, so he had to rely on Itachi for support as they continued toward the position. So you were a leader this whole time, and you used your friend's body as a means to stay hidden. Itachi looked toward Nagato's weakened state before getting a response. Yes, I was in no condition to lead physically. Besides, Yahiko was the first leader of the Akatsuki. He didn't deserve to die that way, I know the Akatsuki would not have gone down the path it did if he was still around. Nagato was about to continue when they noticed their bodies change direction. Someone else has control of us. Itachi, being the observant one, was able to figure that out quickly. Hello, Itachi. I knew you'd figure out it was me sooner or later, so here I am. You two shouldn't worry. You'll be headed to me along with the others, but you'll be the first ones there. Aishana's voice was more than cheerful as she finally got to speak with Itachi again. I thought you wouldn't have anything to do with this war. And what about our children? Itachi, on a rare occasion, was seriously concerned by her appearance in this war. They're healthy and safe. I wish you could have been there to see them. Kurina's looking after them. I've still got a few things that need to be done anyway. You two should be arriving any second now. As if on cue, Itachi and Nagato stopped at the entrance of a mountain where Haiden was standing impatiently. So, this is Aishana's plan. It would help if she let me in on it every now and then. After a minute of wandering around in the cave, they made it to the main area in time for Itachi to be tackled to the ground by Aishana, who soon noticed pieces of paper fly back into his reanimated body. A few minutes later, they heard footsteps approach them, and the last three remaining Akatsuki members had finally arrived. So now what? We're missing out on a good fight. Kakazu grunted, to which Haiden could agree on. Don't worry, you'll soon be a part of this fight, but not on the side your reanimated selves were meant to be serving. Before any of them could have a say in this decision, the king of Hell's herd rose up from the ground. Aishana, you're not doing what I think you are. Nagato knew exactly what she was planning, and from personal experience it may kill her. I know the risks of this jutsu, but there's a subtle difference between when you used it and me using it now. I have almost 100 times the amount of chakra you do, so I'm not going to die. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life, Jutsu. Aishana quickly claimed her hands together before Nagato could warn her. Aishana, you don't understand. That jutsu kills the user no matter what. But it was too late as the King of Hell opened its mouth and the reanimated Akatsuki members, as well as the ones in the steel cases and the recreation of Kisame's body, were brought back. When everything cleared up, Nagato was more than surprised to see Aishana was still standing with no visible effects done to her. But how? That jutsu would mean certain death to the caster, no matter how powerful. Aishana was quick to answer his concerned statement. One of my last days with the Akatsuki before I left, I overheard Zetsu talk about something. He said I was meant to be a reincarnation of someone capable of pure immortality. He kept calling that person Mother. I was meant to be the reincarnation of Zetsu's mother, which meant I had that same immortality. When I cast that jutsu just then, I didn't die, but I gave up my immortality to bring you all back, and here you are. Aishana played off her answer with a fake smile. That was a very risky move, Aishana. Just be glad you had that silver lining. Nagato said before looking back at the rest of the Akatsuki members, including a visibly confused Kisame. Suddenly, another familiar voice interrupted them. Hey, let me out of here. Conan nearly yelled, getting everyone's attention. Conan, what happened? Why is she in a steel coffin? Nagato glared at Aishana as she provided an answer. It's simple, really. Madara essentially killed her so he could get your eyes. Aishana again answered Nagato's question, but when she was about to continue, Another voice interrupted her again. Conan, Nagato, is that you too? Where are we? What's going on? That familiar voice easily silenced everyone before Nagato finally spoke quietly. Impossible it can't be. Yahiko, is that you? Aishana smiled at this comment before weaving the signs to unlock both sarcophagi, causing Conan and Yahiko to drop to the floor. It's him all right, or at least mostly. You see, when you used him to be the first pain and the Akatsuki leader, some of your chakra merged with the remainder of his. When Nagato and Yahiko came face to face with each other, Nagato noticed one of Yahiko's eyes were like his. Yeah, now Yahiko has one Rinnegan eye. But why bring him back? This wasn't called for Aishana. Practically speaking, it seemed like Yahiko was a moral compass for both of you. When he died, you two lost your way and caused the Akatsuki to become what it was. I can't return the Akatsuki to its former path, but Yahiko can. The three of them looked over at Yahiko, who was still trying to process everything. But haven't we achieved the goal for peace between the 5 nations? Sasori finally asked as he was trying to make sense of everything. No, this infinite Tsukuyomi is a false ideal. There's quite a flaw to it. The caster gets the side benefit of having all the chakra from everyone caught in the jutsu, but that's not all. If those caught in it are in there long enough, they start turning into white zetsu. This infinite dream really sounds like a nightmare when you learn all the details. Everyone was taken back by this revelation. How do you know about all this? Conan looked over at Aishana. Zetsu can be quite a loudmouth when he's by himself. Peace achieved the easy way never has good intentions unless you don't expect it to last long. Aishana then looked back toward Yahiko, who finally understood everything that was currently going on. So, what happens now? Yahiko looked over to Aishana before she answered. Simple. You lead the Akatsuki the way it was meant to be led. You want the Akatsuki to be a symbol of peace, and though that may not happen now, I've at least given the Akatsuki a second chance to maintain the peace that will hopefully be created. Aishana then stared at Yahiko, effectively putting under a Genjutsu. What did you do that for? Nagato nearly shouted before Aishana turned her attention to her cousin. This is a quick Genjutsu. All I'm doing is showing him what's happened after his passing, information about everyone currently on the Akatsuki, and what's happening now in this war. After that, it's up to him to decide who does what. Everyone barely had to wait a minute before Yahiko was brought out of the Genjutsu, learning everything he needed. He was quickly to set a plan in motion. Kakazu Haiden, head to the first company's aid. That's where the previous Kage are. Kakazu and Haiden were reluctant at first because the Akatsuki was now fighting alongside the allied shinobi forces, but eventually suppressed that problem and left, as it was better than being fuel storage for the infinite Tsukuyomi caster. Sasori Deidara, you will head to support the third company. Reports show of the 7 missed swordsmen being present at that location, so watch yourselves. Kisame quickly interjected in that conversation. I believe I may be of use against them. However, I don't have a weapon. He didn't have to wait long before Aishana answered his comment, holding a newly created 2-handed sword. It's no Samahata, but it has similar properties in which it still steals chakra from its opponent and gives it to the wielder but it has the side benefit of using the chakra nature of the opponent on when you swing again. After handing Kisame his new weapon, Aishana proceeded to stop Sasori. I think you may want these. Hiriko, the third Kazakage, and the red puppet master technique of 100 puppets, all recovered, restored, and slightly modified by yours truly. She proceeded to pull 3 scrolls out of her robe before handing them to Sasori. Seems like you've been preparing for a while now. Sasori took the scrolls before summoning the improved Hiriko. As he entered it, he noticed it was slightly colder before quickly realizing it now had a reinforced lining inside the shell, so it was less likely to fall apart. When I saw what happened after you died, Itachi, I realized just how wrong the Akatsuki really was. So after I had our kids, I secretly went about collecting pieces of each Akatsuki member while pretending to be in search of a new home. I had hoped to be the one to bring you all back and tell you, but Kabuto beat me to it. The remaining Akatsuki members were surprised at the lengths Aishana would go in trying to redeem the Akatsuki. Well, we better be off, writes Sasori. Deidara proceeded to throw down and summon a clay bird before he, Sasori, and Kisame hopped on and left. Conan, Nagato, will head off to the second company's assistance. They're a lot more powerful reanimated shinobi offshore, so our help would be best required. Itachi, you, and Aishana find and incapacitate whoever's controlling the reanimation jutsu. The original Akatsuki trio left shortly after with Nagato, explaining to Yahiko how to use the Rinnegan effectively, while Conan was more than cheerful because of their team being reunited and the Akatsuki was serving the purpose they originally intended it to. Guess we should get going too. The reanimation jutsu isn't going to stop itself. Aishana started walking only for Itachi to grab her arm. I should be questioning why you brought us back, but you've explained that enough. I'm sorry for dying back then. There wasn't enough strength in me to keep going. Itachi was cut off when Aishana dove in and kissed him for a few seconds before resting her head on his chest. It was her way of saying she forgave him. Let's save the rest of this till after we've finished the war, okay? It would also be wonderful for our kids to finally see their father, so try not dying this time. The two then got up and quickly took off toward where they sensed Kabuto's chakra while the others made their way to their battles. Chapter end. Chapter start. The war continued at a near even pace of destruction and devastation on both sides, and while the Akatsuki members appearing on each battlefield was both shocking and well needed for the allied shinobi, even they were finding it tough to fend off the reanimated and Zetsu forces. Further east, however, Aishana and Itachi continued on to their only to stop directly in Naruto's path. I guess you two are heading out to aid in the battles. Naruto. Aishana stared at the flaming cloaks surrounding her little brother before turning her attention to the 8 tails. What are you two doing, and how is Itachi still alive? Naruto was partially surprised that Itachi wasn't reanimated like some of the other people he had sensed. Long story, but we're going to take down Kabuto. He's the one controlling the reanimation jutsu. Take that down, and our people might have a better chance at winning this war. You just do what you need to, okay? Aishana didn't want to spend another minute talking with her brother and dashed off, for she knew every minute longer they waited was another dead shinobi. As the couple neared Kabuto's location, Aishana distastefully sensed another familiar presence. It appears as though your brother can tell where you're given that he is now using your original eyes. Both look behind them to see Sasuke closing the gap. We don't have time for this. We need to hurry. Aishana was already one step ahead of Itachi on that regard. Way ahead of you, dear. I've already found Kabuto's approximate location, but I can't get us too close. Aishana then began to open a rift while they heard Sasuke shout Itachi's name before jumping through. They landed inside a cave, and both could easily sense Kabuto chakra, but to Aishana it seemed strange, almost as if Orochimaru was merged with him. What added to her annoyance was Sasuke finally catching up to them. Itachi, how are you alive? Sasuke, we have bigger problems to deal with, so either help us or get out of our way. Aishana blatantly stated before she and Itachi entered the main hold of the cave to reveal Kabuto, focusing on a table while a giant snake appeared from his robe and was currently curled around and biting down on an unconscious Anko. He soon turned to face the three while placing Anko out of the way. That's where Anko's been the whole time. Why my brother let her leave on a mission like this is beyond me. But putting that aside, we need to deal with Kabuto fast. Remember not to kill him or the reanimation jutsu will never end. Sasuke and Itachi's Sharingan spun to life before taking the form of their respective Mangekyo designs and began to attack Kabuto. Sasuke was just following Itachi's lead, while Itachi knew Aishana had something planned as she was analyzing Kabuto's movements in hopes of finding a pattern. However, time wasn't proving faithful to her as Kabuto took notice of the Uchihas being distractions for Aishana and instantly tried to strike her. As gullible as I thought he'd be, Aishana said silently to herself as she dropped the whole analysis act and raised both arms in front of her. Itachi now, use your Susanoo. Shinra Tensei. With perfect sync in their jutsus, Kabuto was forced back toward Itachi's Susanoo. However, before they could seal the deal, Kabuto shot out of his own skin much like Orochimaru and landed away from the three. They managed to get a glimpse at him only to notice the change in his appearance as he looked like some horned monster with scales. I must admit that was very clever, tricking me into thinking you were watching my movements, but you acted as the decoy. You could have had me had I not finally reached the final stage of my recreation. As you can see now, I've become more than Orochimaru could ever hope to achieve. Kabuto spouted as he revealed all that he was. And yet even now, Orochimaru's ability with Forbidden Jutsu is still far superior than yours. If you were as good as you say, then you could have stopped me from hijacking control of the Akatsuki members' reanimated bodies. But you didn't. Aishana looked behind her to Itachi before returning her gaze to Kabuto with a proud smirk planted on her face. Yes, I'm quite aware of all the notable clan's traits and abilities. For example, how every Uzumaki has the distinct feature of red hair, while possessing a variety of abilities, and how the Uchiha clan all have the distinctness of a Sharingan, and its Mangekyo state with some lucky enough to attain the Rinnegan if they have cells of a Senju in them. I've also gathered through history that a team with a Senju and an Uchiha will almost always have an Uzumaki accompanying them, as it appears the Uzumakis were the peacekeepers between the Uchihas and Senjus. Kabuto's expression turned darker before continuing. I am, however, very curious as to how you have those eyes, for not even the Uchiha could ever achieve them. no matter. I'll soon find out their secrets once this war is over. Kabuto then shot forth in an attempt to grab Aishana, only for Itachi to stop him. Aishana watched on while trying to find a way to get Kabuto to release the reanimation jutsu. Sasuke soon joined in fighting Kabuto. Aishana didn't have to wait long for a solution to appear, as Itachi had caught Kabuto in some sort of jinjutsu she was unfamiliar with. I haven't seen that one before. Is this some sort of evolved Tsukuyomi? Itachi looked back at his wife, only for Aishana to notice one of his eyes were white. You've at least heard of the Izanagi before. During the Elder Times, the Izanagi was great achievement for the Uchiha clan, as it allowed them to undo any events that were a disadvantage, and they could continue a battle all at the cost of one Sharingan. It was a great way to prevent huge loss of life if the Uchiha fell into a trap. Unfortunately, like all things, this power drove some of them mad. So in order to counter the Izanagi, one of the Uchiha leaders created the Izanami. It's a jinjutsu that traps the victim in an endless loop of events where they repeat their fate infinitely. Aishana just continued to listen in and absorb as much information about the two abilities as she could. Sasuke also listened closely, as there was still so much about their family he didn't know. There is, however, an escape to the Izanami. While some would find that strange considering the history of the Uchiha, the fact that there were some more peace-seeking leaders would explain why a jinjutsu like this would have a way out. Aishana spoke as she looked back at the paralyzed form of Kabuto. Sasuke, on the other hand, wasn't impressed that there was a way to undo such a jinjutsu. The only way for the person trapped inside the Izanami to release it is for them to accept their fate and break the cycle. Aishana remained calm through his explanation, as she figured if Kabuto even remotely had Orochimaru's ego, then it would take a long time for him to accept his fate. I think it's about time we put an end to this accursed reanimation before it's too late. Enough have died by its hands as it is. Aishana was about to use its Tsukuyomi on Kabuto's body, however Itachi beat her to it, and soon began making the body weave the signs needed to release the reanimation. So this is it. There's no stopping you from releasing yourself along with everyone. Aishana just smirked slightly before speaking up. That's not entirely true, Sasuke. I brought him back, him and all of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki need the chance to redeem themselves and follow the path they originally intended, and Itachi because I don't want to be alone for the rest of my life. Sasuke was more than surprised to think Aishana was even capable of bringing them back. Soon Itachi brought the reanimation to its end before they all looked to the sky and saw bright beams of light appear and disappear, signaling that part of the war was over. Play music. Naruto Shippuden, the guts to never give up. Sasuke, I know we haven't seen eye to eye over the last 5 years, and have even tried to kill each other at points in time. But I think it's time we resolve our differences. We're basically family now anyway. So what do you say? Can things be good between both remaining sides of the Uchiha family? Aishana held her left arm out, with Itachi walking up to stand beside her. None of us are exactly innocent in all this, but there's still a chance for the Uchiha to redeem itself. And it can all start here, little brother. Itachi added on to Aishana's request for forgiveness. You both believe in this family peace? Then I'll agree to it. Are you at least able to forgive me for what I've done as well? Sasuke proceeded to accept Aishana's hand, only to be yanked into a tight hug from her. If it can bring back even a little of the Sasuke I used remember, then we accept your apology. But we'll mend everything when we're done. Until then, we've got a war to finish. Itachi and Aishana were about to leave only to notice Sasuke wasn't following them. You two go. There's a few things I need to do first. Suddenly, two more figures crashed through the ceiling landing in between the Uchihas. Sasuke, finally we found you. Suigetsu, you go. Why are you here? To give you this, we found it in one of Orochimaru's hideouts. With these secrets, who knows what Team Taka could accomplish? Suigetsu said aloud, still completely oblivious to Aishana and Itachi in the cave. Soon after handing it over, Sasuke skimmed over the contents before his eyes fell upon an interesting segment. I see. If you don't mind, there's someone I need to speak with. Catching Suigetsu off guard, he instantly replied. And who would that be? There's only the three of us, dash. 5 if you count us behind you. Aishana spoke up after getting fed up with being ignored. Okay, 5 of us. But who do you need to speak to? Orochimaru. Suigetsu, simple leaned back in confusion. But Orochimaru's dead. You were the one to kill him. Don't you think someone as tenacious as Orochimaru wouldn't be that easy to kill? Even if we could bring him back, we're not going to. The first thing he's going to do is join in this war and kill everyone. Suigetsu, be quiet and cut out a piece of Kabuto's flesh. Sasuke pointed back toward Kabuto. As all the following events unfolded with Suigetsu protesting against such an idea and Yugo choosing to take the errand instead, Aishana and Itachi just watched with mixed expressions before Sasuke had everything set up. Curse mark unseal. The mark on Anko's shoulder began to mold Kabuto's flesh in with itself before a snake emerged and opened its mouth, allowing Orochimaru to climb out. To think my student who killed me would be the one to bring me back. Orochimaru walked past Sasuke and the others to the still frozen Kabuto before removing his power from him. See, I told you. He's taking Kabuto's power. He'll be going after us next. Suigetsu, I only have one thing to say. I have no interest in this war. The only thing I'm interested in is taking your body, Sasuke. Orochimaru was about to lunge at Sasuke, but stopped as he realized one problem. However, even that would mean nothing now. So you just got to continue what you used to. Aishana spoke up as the couple approached the rest of the group. I'll continue to help Sasuke further his goals until I find another purpose for my abilities. Aishana was quick to think of a purpose as the group began to leave. I hope I don't regret this, Aishana said to herself and Itachi silently. Orochimaru, what do you need, child? Aishana's answer was quite a surprise to Orochimaru. She bit down on her thumb and swiped it across a seal on her left arm. After the smoke cleared, it revealed a folded Akatsuki robe in her hands. I may have taken it from one of your hideouts. It's still a road you can take after you're done, helping Sasuke get the answers he needs back at the village. The others may be a little on edge if you return, but I'm sure they'll get used to you again. Aishana threw the folded robe to a stunned Orochimaru before he regained his composure and left. Are you sure that was a good idea? I know at least this time he'll not be so ambitious as to betray the Akatsuki trust. Besides, it looks like he doesn't have a desire to take yours or Sasuke's Sharingan. Now let's go. There's still the matter of the 10 tails. But there's also the real Madara. Apparently, he managed to refuse the reanimation release. It still could prove something, though. Which Uchiha is stronger, you or Madara? If you beat him, then that would be quite the story to tell our kids. Aishana proceeded to leave without getting an answer from Itachi. As they continued on their journey, both of them sensed a terrifying power swarm over the battlefield. So it's awake now. No, it appears as though they've tried to wake it early. It's there, but not complete, so we still have time on our side. Chapter end.